Good morning. It is day number 11 for the Karen Reed case. Oh, thank you, Miss Bella. Good morning. Let me pin that. Good morning, Mike Droppin. Doesn't it feel like a Friday? Wish it was a Friday. Caitlin Albert back on the stand. I guess it's day number 11. Get your juror books out. What is that, Miss Kelly? What is that, mods? We're going to start off with a regular bingo. What is that, Boston? This is where all the cool kids are? You damn right. I mean, God forbid Bev ever starts on time. Oh, Miss Murky, somebody donated their winnings yesterday to you. What is up, Shay? How you doing? Again, good morning to everybody. Remember, Bev, the Honorable Bev, might be making her decision with the whole Katie McLaughlin perjury, all that stuff. So, again, Caitlin Albert will be back on the stand. She was in the middle of being cross-examined by Yannetti, so that will resume. Caitlin is the Commonwealth's 28th witness. The Commonwealth has gone through 28 witnesses so far, and right now, if I'm on the jury, I'm obviously not guilty. So I don't know what they're waiting around for. It is week 3. Someone says, "F you, Bev. Better let those picks in." There it is. F you, Bev. Better let the picks in. Hell yeah, Bev. Let's get with it. What do you think Bev does for fun? Besides, we know that she's a big pickleballer, right? Well, I just pretend that she's a big pickleballer, and that's why she doesn't have all day on Tuesdays. She has pickleball today. But what do you think Bev does for fun? Here we go.
All right.
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22117. Counsel?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti from Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Gianetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. So, Ms. Gianetti, I just wanted to tell you that after reviewing my notes of the testimony of Katie McLaughlin, my view hasn't changed, but I will give you a little bit of leeway with this witness.
Okay. I would like to define the parameters if I can, Your Honor, so that we.
All right, the jurors are on their way over. I don't think you need to define the parameters. When there are objections, they'll either be sustained or overruled. Okay?
Your Honor, there is one other thing that we need to put on the.
All right, nobody told me that. All right, why don't you come here at sidebar and we'll do this.
All right, there you have it. Bev says, oh, I'll give you a little bit of leeway with this witness as it pertains to the relationship with Katie McLaughlin. So, sidebar. Oh, thank you, Jen. Oh, the jurors are back in. Somebody did write in chat. Did I see that the Idaho 4 case was the 30th of the month is a hearing, the 30th. That's why your girl's right here. She's a smart one. She's a good girl. You think she likes Bev? Let's go with this. So yeah, Idaho 4, no hearing today.
Good morning, jurors. I did not expect to have you come in and have us not be ready, but I do appreciate your patience with us. I do have those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
No, Bev.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
No.
Everyone said no or shook their heads. All right, can we bring Ms. Albert back in, please?
Can you raise your hand? Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give in the court and carry in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You can take a seat.
Good morning.
Can I proceed, Your Honor?
Sure.
Good morning, Ms. Albert.
Good morning.
Ms. Albert, I'd like to go back to a discussion of Katie McLaughlin.
Okay.
Yesterday, I asked you a four-word question, and that question was, who is Katie McLaughlin? Do you recall that question?
I do.
You would agree with me that your response was not, she's a firefighter.
Correct.
Your response was not, she's a friend.
Correct.
Your response was not, I've known her for years.
Well, I sort of alluded to that when I said that I've known her since high school.
Right. Your response was that she was somebody that you knew in high school, correct?
I said that I went to high school with her and she's my same age. We graduated the same year.
Right.
Yes.
So you referenced high school, correct?
Yes.
All right. You would agree with me that you've seen her several times since high school, correct?
Yes.
You have hung out in the same group with her several times since high school, correct?
Yes.
And you graduated high school in 2014.
Yes.
It is now 2024.
Yes.
Your contact with Katie McLaughlin has been fairly consistent over the years in that it continued at least until 2021, correct?
I would agree with that, although it was far and few between. But
Is that
throughout the
because-
years, yes.
Do you say that because the photographs are far and few between?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. You would agree with me that there was not a 3-year period prior to January 29th of 2022 where you didn't see Katie McLaughlin at all, correct?
A 3-year period?
Right.
I can't say 100% yes to that, but I wouldn't be surprised if I had seen her at some point in time over the past couple of years and before John O'Keefe's passing. Yeah,
Seen her a couple of times, does that mean that maybe you bumped into her and said hello?
it would mean that we would be in the same place at the same time, not something that I reached out and invited her to in any way, shape, or form. But, you know, again, we have mutual friends. So I would not be surprised if I went somewhere and she happened to be there as well.
Okay. And it would have been a surprise to you that she showed up at whatever place you were at in those 3 years? Is that your testimony?
No, it would not have been a surprise to me.
You would have known in advance that Katie McLaughlin was going to be at the same place that you were in advance.
Not necessarily, but
Ever in those 3 years?
Objection.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that only 8 months before January 29th of 2022, you and Katie McLaughlin were at a baby shower together?
Objection.
Do you know that?
yes,
Go ahead and answer.
yes, we did.
You were. Whose baby shower was it?
It was a mutual friend of ours.
What's her name?
Her name's Alyssa.
And how many people were at that baby shower?
I can't say for sure. I mean, it was Alyssa's family
All right.
and a bunch of friends. I can't put a number on it.
The friends all gathered together and took a photo together with the woman having the baby shower, correct?
Objection.
Was there a photo taken?
I believe so.
You were in that photo, correct?
Yes,
Who was standing next to you?
I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, if you saw the photo, would that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been marked.
Just show us.
Sorry, I was just going to identify it as S for identification for the record, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm showing you what's been marked S. Could you take a look at that and look up at me when you're done? May I approach?
Yes.
Having reviewed that photograph, Ms. Albert, who is standing next to you?
One of my friends is on the left of me and Katie McLaughlin is on the right of me.
Oh, she's right next to you in that photo, correct?
Yes, she is.
That was in June of 2021, correct?
Yes.
So if somebody testified that you hadn't seen each other in 3 years prior to January 29th of 2022, that would be wrong, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh, Bev, give me a break.
And with regard to the contact that you've had with her in terms of group events, you would agree with me that it wasn't just day trips that you took with her, correct?
Correct.
You've also gone on road trips with her, correct?
I've gone away on trips that she was with. I didn't drive with her or go with her or invite her, but she has been there, yeah.
Okay, and what road trips have you taken overnight where you and Katie McLaughlin have been together since high school?
Objection.
Sustained.
You've gone to Maine with Katie McLaughlin, have you not?
Objection.
So we need a time frame, Mr. Yannetti, not just 10
Sure.
years ago.
Since high school, you've gone to Maine with Katie McLaughlin, correct?
Objection.
What? I'll allow it.
Did you go to Maine with her?
I did, and the year would have been like 2015 or 2016.
If I suggested it was July of 2016, would that make sense?
That would sound about right, yeah.
And while you were in Maine, there were 7 of you in a hot tub together, correct?
Ooh.
Sustained.
You were in a hot tub with Katie McLaughlin in Maine, correct?
Objection.
Ooh.
Sustained.
Let me approach you on.
Yes.
God, if Yannetti says anything like, you were swinging with Katie, I would die right now. Your Honor, I can prove that they are having sex. I'm sorry. I don't think that's where this is going, but you were in a hot tub with Katie. Isn't it true that you were swapping spit with Katie McLaughlin? All right, guys, welcome to the transparency. If that doesn't get you woke, I don't know what will. This is day 11 of one of the most, I'm telling you, this is one of the most anticipated trials that I've ever covered next to the O.J. Simpson case that I didn't even cover. So I'm happy to be here. Hopefully you guys are just as happy to be here. Make yourself known by thumbs up, thumbs down, something. Do something.
You'd mentioned that you'd been to Maine with Katie McLaughlin in 2016. Where was it in Maine?
I'm not sure the exact town.
Right. Probably 4 hours away.
I'm not sure how long it took to get up there.
It wasn't 10 minutes away.
No,
Right? And it wasn't a half hour.
no,
All right. It was more than 2 hours, correct?
maybe.
And you drove, correct?
Yes.
How many days did you spend in Maine?
I'm not sure, maybe 2.
All right. So you were up in Maine over a weekend
Yep.
with Katie McLaughlin, correct?
Yes, as well as a bunch of other friends.
Oh, of course. But the answer to my question is you were with Katie McLaughlin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
How many times have the two of you been to the beach together since high school?
Objection.
Do you know? If you can answer that, go ahead and answer.
I know that we have been to a beach together, but I don't know how many times. I could guess.
Don't guess.
Okay.
Next question, Mr.
You
Yannetti.
said a beach. Does that mean that the two of you only go to one particular beach?
No,
You've gone to multiple beaches with Katie McLaughlin, correct?
not that I can remember. I can't remember how many times. I have one memory, but I can't say for sure how many times I've been to a beach with Katie McLaughlin.
If I showed you a photograph of the two of you on a beach together in bikinis, would that refresh your memory?
Objection.
Mr. Yannetti, you
She
can show her
wants
a
to
photograph.
laugh.
Thank you. Let me
She
apologize.
wants to
Yes.
laugh. Oh my God. She's wearing her cross to match her lover, Katie
Again, I'm
McLaughlin.
showing S for identification, one particular photo in S. If you take a look at that and look up at me when you're done, does that refresh your memory?
Yep.
How old were your tits back then? Can you
That
give me a
particular
year?
photo that I showed you from S for identification, what beach was that?
I don't know the name of the beach.
Where was it?
I believe somewhere in the Cape.
And Katie McLaughlin is in that photo, correct?
Yes, along with a bunch of other friends.
Of course, there are other friends, but you.
Miss Gianetti, please no more, of course.
Of course, Your Honor. With regard to that photo, once again, you are right next to Katie McLaughlin. Were you not right in back of her?
She's in front of me, yes. And the mutual friends that I already said that we have are also in the photo.
Of course. Let me ask you this. Has anybody in
So,
this,
jurors, I'm going to strike that, of course.
has anybody in this courtroom today asked you about the other mutual friends who were there? Did I ask you today whether there were other mutual friends in that photo?
Objection.
Sustained.
You added that to your answer, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Yes.
Who are your college roommates?
Oh, good question.
Objection.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Who were your college roommates?
Yeah, it's sustained.
Oh, ooh, did you hear that? Ooh,
How
let me
many
think about
college roommates did you have?
Objection.
Sustained.
it. May we approach?
Fair to say that Katie McLaughlin has been with you and your college roommates.
Yes.
When was that?
In college.
2015, 2016.
I lived in
And-
college for 2 years.
There were two college roommates that you and Katie McLaughlin were with, correct?
I had multiple college roommates at that time, and two of them were the mutual friend that Katie and I share.
And in fact, there was an occasion where you were in a kitchen with your two college roommates and one other person, correct?
Objection.
Oh, stop it.
Need a
Lily.
time frame or something, Miss Gianetti?
Or that was around 2016, was it not?
That sounds about right, yes.
And do you recall which college roommates they were?
Objection.
Sustained.
And someone took a photo of you, your two college roommates, and one other person, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
In 2016.
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes. Your Honor, I'm trying to lay foundation here, and you're not going to let me. I'm laying foundation. I think that he's trying to lay foundation for the questions, and I think that it's there because they're just trying to stick to the fact that I know her through friends, and I've never personally invited her anywhere. And God, he should just ask if they've ever been intimate. Okay. Oh my God. Have you and Katie McLaughlin ever made out? Have you and Katie McLaughlin ever been in a sexual encounter? That would be something that I think would be allowed. She just said that she knows her from, you know what I mean? I don't know. I think you should just try it. See what happens. And then leeway my ass, Bev. Again, good morning, everybody. Come on in. Come on in. Sorry, I wasn't ready for these questions this morning. I forgot who we left off on and what we were talking about. Can't really just have a standing objection. I mean, I don't know. I think Lally's whole case is a standing objection. Oh boy. Oh man. It's it's going to be interesting why the why the family went from saying that, you know, Caitlin was there at the house, but she left like right when they got there at 12:15. So then they came clean with the right time, which was 2:00. That changed, that evolved, that morphed into a different time. I'm curious as to why. And I can only think with this family that there has to be a photo. Like, you have to prove that in some type of way. I'm not just, oh, yeah, okay. So I want to know if they know that there's a video or with like Tristan Morris in that white Jeep, like, you know, coming down on a street. So, because her parents, rather, they were the ones that said that she left the 34 Fairview house at 12:15, and then that got changed so that she left at 2 a.m. So, curious.
Mary Coach?
Yes.
Again, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the transparency, but more importantly,
Showing you
welcome.
another photo from S for identification, ma'am. Look at that and look up at me when you're done.
She's got her cross wearing. Look at her and Katie. He should probably ask her about that. That's Katie McLaughlin's
Who's in that
cross.
photo?
Myself, two of my college roommates, and Katie McLaughlin.
Okay. So Katie McLaughlin's the only one in that photo who's not one of your roommates, correct?
Yes.
And was this a situation where she just showed up unexpectedly like all the other times? You had no idea she was going to be there?
Objection.
Ask the question differently. That it's sustained in that.
Thank you,
It's
Honor.
argumentative.
Did you expect, by the way, whose kitchen is that?
It was the college house that I lived in.
It's your kitchen.
The house we were renting, yes.
You lived in that kitchen.
Yes.
And Katie McLaughlin's in your kitchen. correct?
Yes.
Who invited Katie that day?
The two mutual friends that I lived with.
Okay. Certainly you didn't invite Katie, correct?
I did not.
Because you're not close friends with her at all, correct?
I am not.
In fact, you don't really like her very much, do you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You guys were teammates on the track or cross country team back in high school, correct?
I don't recall that, actually. We could have been.
Oh my
I'm not
God,
sure.
I
stop.
may approach?
Yes.
Stop. You don't know your teammate? You a bad teammate, bitch. You a bad bitch. You a
Once
bad
again, place S for identification before you, ma'am.
I
If
don't
you
know.
look at the first page and then the second page,
Is that you and her cross country? Wow, I didn't know that she was my teammate. This is hilarious. Who needs to watch? Oh, she's like, what is this? She's looking at the yearbook. It's the yearbook photos.
I may approach?
Yes.
She's gonna be like,
Having
cross
reviewed
country isn't a
those
sport.
2 pages, does that refresh your memory about your teammate, Katie McLaughlin?
Yes, it does.
Teammate.
And you certainly were teammates in high school, correct?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. This is hilarious.
And you would agree with me that that relationship continued in terms of your contact with her all the way up through 2021, correct?
Yes.
You don't even like her.
Your Honor, I would offer the photos that are in S for identification as full exhibits in this trial at this point.
Objection.
The objection sustained. You should put those back up with the clerk, Ms. Giannetti.
Bev, you are a biased bitch. I name my bingo after you. You biased bitch. You try to get those in evidence. And
Now, you testified that you knew Brian Higgins prior to January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You knew him as a good friend of your father's, correct?
Yes.
He arrived at 34 Fairview Road, your parents' home, on January 29th of 2022 after you got there, correct?
Again, yes, because me and my parents were the first ones inside from what I remember.
Did you see what Brian Higgins drove to get there?
I did not.
You did not see where he parked his vehicle.
I did not.
At some point, you saw him inside the home, correct?
Yes.
And he made it into the kitchen and dining room area where you were, correct?
Yes.
You agree that at some point, Brian Higgins and your father, Brian Albert, left that area to go to another room, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say there was at least some portion of the night when Brian Higgins and your father were out of your field of vision, correct?
I don't agree with that because the room that I had seen them go into has an open doorway and you can see right into the family room that they were in. So I could actually see them in there.
Gotcha. How long were you there when Brian Higgins and your father, Brian Albert, were there?
Inside the family room?
I'm talking from that whole night. When you're at 34 Fairview,
Mhm.
how much time lapsed between the time you first saw Brian Higgins and Brian Higgins left the residence?
I can't say for sure. If I had to estimate, I'd say an hour and a half.
Okay. And so your testimony before this jury is for that full hour and a half, there was no time when Brian Higgins and your father, Brian Albert, were out of your field of vision.
Not that I can remember.
Now, earlier that evening on Friday, January 28th, you made plans to go out with your mom, Nicole Albert, your aunt, Julie Albert, and your boyfriend, Tristan Morris, correct?
Yes.
From the beginning of that night, the plan was for Tristan to go home early, correct?
Yes.
And that was because he had to get up early to plow or shovel, correct?
Yes.
He had to get up really early, correct?
Yes.
The plan was for him to shovel or plow at 3 a.m.?
He was, from what I recall, he was on standby for like 3. It could have been any time after that.
Oh, I see. So it could have been that he had to get up at 3 or maybe a little bit later, correct?
Yes.
And it was for that reason that when he was at the waterfall with you, he only had a couple of drinks, correct?
From what I remember, yes.
And from the beginning of the night, you knew that it was going to be iffy as to whether he would be able to get much sleep at all, correct?
It wasn't really something we discussed.
Well, the reason he was going home early and only having a couple of drinks was to see if he could catch some sleep before what would be a very difficult work morning, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that in order for him to get any sleep, he couldn't stay at the waterfall very long, correct?
Yes.
And that's why he left early.
Yes, he went home to rest. We didn't speak about whether or not he would be sleeping.
It wouldn't shock you if he tried to go to sleep.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
You stayed believing that Tristan was going to try and rest and sleep, correct?
Yes.
And the plan when he left you was that you wouldn't see him again until after he was done with his plowing that morning, correct?
That's incorrect.
Okay. So is it your testimony
This is gonna get good.
that the plan from the beginning was that Tristan was going to drive from Canton to Easton and get some rest, and then drive from Easton to Canton to pick you up so that he could take you back from Canton to Easton? That was the plan?
It may not have been set in stone, but it was definitely spoken about, and then that's what ended up happening. Yes.
Have you ever told anyone that before, Ms. Albert, that the plan from the start of the night was that Tristan was going to make 4 trips total from Canton to Easton, Easton to Canton, Canton to Easton? Have you ever told anyone that before?
I don't remember if I mentioned that to anybody.
That was
Finkel, I
the
don't
first
think-
time you've ever said that just now before this jury. Would you agree with that?
I believe so.
Almost 2.5 years after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that you decided at 1:45 in the morning that it was important for you to get home?
At 1:45, around that time is when Tristan picked me up, a little bit after that, but I didn't want to get snowed in at my parents' house.
It was important for you to leave 34 Fairview, correct?
I wouldn't say important, but it was something that I wanted to do.
It was
Yes.
important enough for you to leave, correct?
Yes.
And you made the decision to have Tristan drive from Easton to Canton to pick you up, correct?
Yes.
How far is it from Easton to Canton?
From our apartment in Easton to 34 Fairview Road is about 18, 19 minutes.
Okay, and that's when there's not a snowstorm outside, correct?
Correct.
Of course, in a major snowstorm, you certainly can't drive as carefree as you can when you're driving in good road conditions, correct?
Right.
And your boyfriend was making that trip multiple times that night, correct?
Yes.
When Tristan picked you up at 1:45 a.m., did you bring Chloe out of the house with you to take to your apartment?
No.
Okay. On January 29th of 2022, you were there at your parents' house from around midnight until about 1:45?
About a little bit after 1:45, yes.
Okay, and during that span of time, almost 2 hours, you never saw anyone pull up outside, correct?
I personally did not.
No. And you personally did not look out the window either, correct?
No, I did not.
And you personally never heard anything out of the ordinary outside, correct?
That is correct.
Right. You never heard any yelling, correct?
That is correct.
No screaming,
Correct.
nothing smashing into anything else,
Correct.
no revving of tires,
Correct.
no noises outside,
Correct.
nothing attracted your attention.
Correct.
You never saw any vehicle backup lights.
Correct.
You never saw any red lights outside.
Correct.
You heard zero evidence of anything that would lead you to conclude that there had been some type of car accident outside.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr. United.
You didn't hear a car accident.
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Are you kidding me?
When you left 34 Fairview at 1:45, which door did you use?
I think I walked out the front door.
And the front door, could I have exhibit 66, Mr. Bates? With the court's permission, may that be
Sure.
displayed? Do you recognize exhibit 66 as being a depiction of your house?
Yes.
The front door to your home, there are actually two of them, correct?
Yes.
And but when you say the front door, you're referring to the door that's lit up in that photo?
Yes.
You can take that off the screen. I'd like to ask you some questions about what you saw or didn't see within the first couple of seconds while you were stepping outside. Coming out the front door of your house, you would agree with me that your parents' front lawn is directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
By that time, snow had started to accumulate at 1:45 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Against that white snow, did you see a black baseball cap?
I did not.
As you stepped out of the house, did you see a black sneaker?
I did not.
Did you see 45 pieces of red taillight plastic?
I did not.
No. Did you see one piece of red taillight plastic?
I did not.
Did you see a 6'2" man on your parents' front lawn in front of you?
Objection.
Did you? I did not.
You saw nothing unusual on that front lawn of your parents' home, did you?
I did not.
Now, Tristan had parked in the driveway, correct?
I believe so.
When I say Tristan, I'm referring to Tristan Morris, who was your boyfriend, right?
Yes.
As you face the house, that driveway is to the right, correct?
Yes.
And as you're coming out of the house, the driveway's to the left, which makes sense, right?
Yes.
Where in the driveway was Tristan Morris parked?
I don't remember if he was on the left. My guess would be the left side of the driveway because that would have been closest to me walking out of the house. But I can't say for sure exactly where he was parked in the driveway.
In any case, you walked to his vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And actually, when I say his vehicle, it was actually your vehicle, right?
Correct.
That was the Jeep that you had at that time?
Yes.
And as you were walking to that vehicle, you would agree with me there were no obstructions between you and your parents' front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And as you were walking to that vehicle, again, no baseball hat, no sneaker, no pieces of red taillight, and no 6'2" man did you see on your parents' front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And there were no, strike that. After you got into the vehicle, you got into the passenger's side
Yes.
because you had been drinking that night, correct?
Yes.
And it wouldn't have made sense for you to drive home to Easton, correct?
Correct.
So Tristan Morris backed his or your Jeep out of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
And the tail end of that Jeep, when he backed out, would have gone toward Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
Which would mean that the car was now facing toward the Chapman Street side, correct?
Yes.
And that would mean that your Jeep, being driven by Tristan, would have driven directly by your parents' full property line, correct?
Correct.
And you were on the passenger's side of the car, correct?
Correct.
The passenger's side was closest to your parents' front lawn as you were driving away, correct?
Yes.
And you drove past the front lawn, correct?
Yes.
You drove past the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And in all that time from when Tristan Morris pulled out of the driveway and drove right by your parents' front lawn, you never saw anything of the things that I previously asked you about, correct?
I did not, but I also was not looking.
You saw no baseball hat, no sneaker, no pieces of red plastic, and no 6'2" man, correct?
Correct, but I also was not looking out my window.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did anybody in this courtroom ask you if you were looking out your window?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
That was an answer to a question that nobody asked you, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Good job, Unetti. Get her.
Now, at this
Pin her
point-
tits, baby.
You would agree with me that you've essentially circled your parents' front lawn, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you came out the front door and were facing the front lawn, correct?
Correct.
Then you're walking to the left, which means that the front lawn is to your right, correct?
Correct.
Then you're backing up out of the driveway, which means the front lawn
Sirens.
is still to your left, correct?
Correct.
Bunch of
And
cheaters.
when Tristan pulls the car such that the
You guys, siren is on the bingo card. Make sure you guys, if you're playing,
when Tristan Morris
Mark it.
pulls the car such that the car is now
we have a winner.
operating parallel to your front lawn, now the front lawn's to your right, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to all of that time that you were circling that front lawn, you never saw anybody or anything out of the ordinary on that lawn, correct?
I did not.
And you also didn't see any tire tracks in the snow, did you?
Not that I can remember.
I'm gonna have a moment.
Yes.
No further questions, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Turn your attention back to yesterday, you were asked some questions about Courtney Proctor, is that right?
Yes.
And you were asked about whether or not you met her kids, and you said once. Can you explain that?
From what I can remember, I forget exactly where I was, but my aunt Julie Albert had pulled up in her car, and I was talking to her, and she had the two kids in her back seat. I think she may have been babysitting them. I didn't ask for specifics, but she rolled down the back window, and that's when I met the two kids, and that was it.
About how many years ago was that?
I can't say for sure, but definitely like 2 or 3 years ago, maybe.
The one time while they were in the backseat of a car for a couple minutes years ago.
Yes.
Had you ever met Michael Proctor prior to the day that he came in for that he conducted an interview with you?
Never.
Now, as you were walking into the house, your testimony is that you saw Colin Albert walking out of the house. Is that correct?
Correct.
Without getting too much into it, as far as photographs of you on a high school track team, that would have been sometime prior to your graduation in 2014, correct?
Yes.
And about how many people were on your track team?
Over 30, maybe. About 30.
Now, when you were at the house at 54 Fairview Road on the early morning of the 29th, your father, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins were out of the room, being the kitchen and the dining area, for some period of time, correct?
Correct.
And about how long period of time are we talking?
Minutes. I would say at most, maybe like 5 minutes. At most.
Now, you were shown a drawing, essentially, in Exhibit 66 of your parents' house at 34 Fairview Road, up on the screen just now.
Yes.
Have you ever seen that before?
That exact photo? I don't believe so.
Do you know whether or not that was even a photo, or would you be surprised if that was some sort of drawing or rendering of the house?
Yeah, I can't say for sure where that came from or what it is. I don't believe I've seen it before. Could you rephrase the question? Sorry.
No, that's fine. My other question is, did you happen to notice in that particular drawing that there were lights on near the front door and lights on near the garage? Do you recall that?
I did notice that, yes.
Recall whether or not those lights were on or those lights even exist at the time that you were exiting the house on January 28th?
I don't recall. Yeah, I can't say for sure if those lights were on.
Now, you were asked some questions about exiting the house and coming over to Tristan's car, getting in, your car that Tristan was driving, and then backing out of the driveway and driving away. At any point in time, did you look over to the unlit area on the left side of your parents' property near the flagpole?
Objection to objection.
Form the question differently, Mr. Mayor.
When you walked out the front door, where was your attention directed?
When I walked out the front door, I recall somewhat looking down, trying to make sure I didn't slip. The ground was completely covered with snow at that point. And then my direction was towards Tristan's car, so to the left. Then once I got in the car, I was turned again to the left, speaking with him for the majority of the first couple minutes of our car ride back home to Easton.
Now, so when you exit the door, you come onto the brick steps, correct?
Yes,
And brick steps are covered in snow at that point.
yes.
Do you recall what you were wearing on your feet? Were they high heels, flats?
I think I had high heel like boots on,
With the
something of
fur.
that nature.
You're walking down the brick steps that are covered in snow in high heel boots, correct?
Yes,
And then you're walking over to your car and getting in the passenger side, correct?
yes.
And at any point in time, at any point in time in any of the sequence, have any reason to look over to the front yard area of your parents' home in the area of the flagpole?
I did not.
And then you get in the car and you're driving away and you're talking to Tristan, is that correct?
Yes,
And so Tristan is driving, you're in the passenger seat, is that correct?
yes,
So you're looking at him but away from the front lawn as you're driving, correct?
yes.
Nothing further.
Very briefly, Judge.
Okay.
Maybe you just testified that the one time that you saw Courtney Proctor's kids, they were with your aunt Julie Albert, correct?
Yes,
And you just testified that that was about 2 or 3 years ago, correct?
that was an estimate. I can't say for sure, but yes.
It wasn't 10 years ago.
No,
2 or 3 years ago, to right now it's May 14th of 2024. 2 years ago would be May 14th of 2022.
yes,
3 years ago would have been May 14th of 2021, correct?
correct.
Nothing further.
Okay, you are all set, Ms. Albert. Thank
Got
you.
her. Also got Julie Albert. Because Julie Albert's
Mr.
talking
Lally,
about.
who is your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, the call Mr. Tristan Morris to the stand.
Ooh, this is gonna be good. Yes. Tristan Morris, boyfriend time. This is Commonwealth witness number 29, Tristan Morris. On lovely day 11 of my,
Watch your step right there.
and just so you guys know, we're gonna go ahead and start the bingo.
You solemnly swear the evidence given in the court and jury in the case now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Take this.
Bingo game number 2 begins. I'll start it early. And remember, it's all the top
Okay,
line,
whenever you are ready, Mr. Lally, good morning.
the top
Hey.
row, the top row. It's high as a
Morning.
kite is
Good
Bev.
morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Tristan Morris, Morris, Morris,
And Mr. Morris, where do you live?
Easton,
And who, if anyone, do you live there with?
Caitlin Albert.
And what is the nature of your relationship with Caitlin Allen?
She's my girlfriend.
And how long have the two of you been together?
Roughly 8 years.
And with respect, well, let me ask you this. Do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a union pipe fitter.
And
He lays pipe.
how long have you been doing that?
6 years.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022, into the following early morning of the 29th. Do you recall that day?
Early morning of the 29th?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what days of the week those were?
Friday and Saturday, I believe.
And on that particular Friday, what, if any, plans did you have yourself and your girlfriend, Caitlin, out?
For me, it was just an ordinary day. I went out and I met them for a drink.
And about what time?
So I'm gonna ask you to keep your voice.
He just said it right
Okay.
there. I went out and met them
So
for a
you indicated
drink.
You went out and met them. Who's that?
My girlfriend, Caitlin, and that's all I remember.
Boom! They didn't
And,
drive
do you
together.
recall where it was that you went?
Waterfall Bar and Grill.
That's somewhere that you and Caitlin had been to before?
Yes, multiple times.
And do you have any idea what time that was on the 28th?
I don't recall.
And do you recall who, if anyone else, was there in addition to yourself and your girlfriend, Caitlin?
No, I do not.
Do you recall whether or not either of her parents were there?
I don't remember.
You're familiar with her parents, though? Is that fair to say?
Yes, I am.
You're familiar with the family, correct?
Yes, I am.
And if you recall, about how long was it that you were at the waterfall that day?
I couldn't estimate, but it wasn't that long.
And wasn't that long? Why? What was it that caused you to leave that night?
Later that night, I had to go plow. I was supposed to wake up pretty early.
And as far as plowing, is that something
My
that you
friend too,
do
yeah.
sort of on the side on a fairly regular basis? Or?
Yes, when I can do it, I do it. It's extra money.
And how is it that, what if any relationships you have in the company that you do any sort of plowing or shoveling for?
It's my landlord's company.
And is that, when you say plowing, is that sort of residences, businesses, or something else?
All of those, residence, houses, anything, businesses, could be any of them.
So it could be a commercial parking lot, could be a condo, could be a business park, any of those things?
Correct.
And about what time was it, if you know, that you were supposed to sort of be ready or on call to go out to?
So we were waiting for the snow. I just had to be on call for 3 to 4 in the morning, just have my phone on standby and be ready to go. Just how it always is.
And so when you left, or when you went to the waterfall in Canton, at that time, was it snowing?
I don't believe so.
And when you left the waterfall to go home, why did you went home to rest? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I needed to sleep. Yes.
And when you left the waterfall to go home to Easton to get some rest or to get some sleep, was it snowing at that point?
I don't remember.
And at some point prior to you going out and either plowing or shoveling early that morning, who, if anyone, was contacted?
Can you repeat the question, please?
After you went home to rest or get some sleep, well, first of all, were you able to get any sleep?
Barely.
And while you were home in Easton, who, if anyone, was reaching out to you?
Yes, my girlfriend.
And so your girlfriend, Caitlin, was it calling, texting? How was she reaching out to you?
I believe both.
And about what point in the evening did you start to get calls or texts from her?
I don't remember.
And at some point, based on those calls and texts, what, if anything, did you do?
Can you elaborate?
At some point, did you leave Easton and go back to Canton?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any recollection of when that was over the course of the evening or the early morning?
No, I don't remember a time.
And in relation to when you got, let me ask you this, as far as the calls and the texts that you received from your girlfriend, Caitlin, was that one or two, or were they repetitive?
There was a couple different texts, yeah.
And over the course of about how long a period of time? Is it all within a couple minutes or half hour, hours? If you,
I don't recall.
and after receiving those, you went to somewhere in Canton, correct?
Yes,
And where did you go?
34 Fairview Road.
Are you familiar with that address?
Yes, I am.
And familiar with it because at some point during the time that you and Caitlin were dating before you moved in together, she lived there, correct?
Correct.
And about how long a drive is that from where you live in Easton to 34 Fairview Road?
21 to 25 minutes, I would say.
And do you recall what vehicle you were driving on that occasion?
I do. I was driving a white Jeep Cherokee.
And whose white Jeep Cherokee is that?
Caitlin's.
And did you have a vehicle at that time?
I did.
What kind of vehicle did you have?
I believe it was a Ford Fusion.
Fairly older Ford Fusion?
2012, yes.
And so why was it that you took the girlfriend Jeep Cherokee versus your older Ford Fusion?
It drives way better in the snow.
And so when you left your apartment in Easton to drive to 34 Fairview in Canton, was it snowing at that point?
It was.
Can you
Hold
recall?
hold on one second. Ms. Giannetti? Can you? Thank you. Go ahead.
So I'm sorry. So when you were driving from Easton to Canton, it was snowing. Do you recall how much snow had come down at that point?
I don't recall.
And what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the snow that was on the ground in relation to how you drove from Easton to Canton?
I was very cautious. I was 10 and 2 the whole time.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview, where did you park?
I don't remember.
Do you recall whether you parked on the street or the driveway or?
No, I don't know.
And when you arrived, what, if anything, did you communicate to Kate?
I just told her I was here.
Was that through a text or a call? If you know,
Text, it would be.
you pull up at some point, park somewhere, text her, you're correct.
Yes,
And at some point, she comes out of the house. Is that correct?
correct.
Did you ever get out of the car or go up to the house or go inside the house or anything like that?
No, I did not.
And
Ooh, that's even better. That's even better.
How much time was it between the time that you texted her that you were here to the time that she came out?
I don't remember.
Was it a long time or anything like that?
No, it wasn't.
And when she comes out, do you recall sort of where within the front of the house she came out?
No, I don't remember.
You're familiar with 34 Fairview though, correct?
I am.
There's a couple different doors on the front of the house, is that correct?
That's correct.
But you don't recall specifically which door she came out of?
No, I do not.
And when she came out, she came over to the car, correct?
Correct.
She gets in, what part of the car did she get in?
Passenger.
Front seat passenger?
Front seat passenger.
And at some point, you're leaving from 34 Fairview and you're going back to Easton, correct?
Correct.
Was there any sort of delay or any sort of long period of time that you were in the car in front of the house after Caitlin gets in the car?
No,
So essentially, she gets in and you pull away.
correct.
And when you pull away from the house, where do you recall which direction you went into to go back to?
I went up Fairview Road.
And so up Fairview Road would be sort of heading towards Chapman Street, is that correct?
Yes.
And so as you're going by the house, which side of the vehicle would the house? Either the driver's side of the vehicle or the passenger side?
Can you repeat that?
As you're going by the property at 34 Fairview Road,
Yeah.
which side of the Jeep that you were driving was facing 34 Fairview Road? Was
The
it
left.
your side or her side?
My side would be facing the street. If I'm coming down, my side would be facing the left side.
And what I'm asking is when you're driving away.
Away, yes, the passenger side would be facing her house.
And as you were coming there, would it be the driver's side or your side that was facing the house? If you recall which way you came.
Don't recall.
But as you were leaving the house, Caitlin's side or the passenger side would be facing the house, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the snow that's coming down as you're driving away, what if anything did you have to do with regard, or what if anything did you do with regard to the vehicle? Did you turn anything on or anything as you were driving?
No, I did not.
So did you have a defroster on?
Yes,
And did you have windshield wipers on?
correct.
So the snow was coming down at least at a pace that you had the windshield wipers on, correct?
Yes,
And during that drive, specifically on Fairview Road, but at any points during your drive to Fairview and from Fairview, do you recall anything as far as how the roads were they treated? Did you see plows out, anything like that?
I don't recall.
I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Now, as far as when Caitlin gets into your car, how would you describe her demeanor?
Normal as always.
Nothing out of the ordinary that you observed?
Absolutely not.
She gets in the car, is it fair to say you guys haven't seen each other for a couple hours, you start talking?
Correct.
And so when you're talking, you're driving, she's in the passenger seat, is that correct?
It's correct.
And was she facing you while you were talking to her as you're
Yes.
pulling away? Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
You've been dating Caitlin Albert for 7 to 8 years now.
Correct.
The two of you now live together.
Correct.
Are you still living in Easton?
Yes.
How long have you lived together for?
3 years.
When you first met her, where was she living?
Canton,
Where in Canton?
34 Fairview.
She was living there with her parents at the time,
Correct.
Brian and Nicole Albert.
Yes.
You met her parents, Brian and Nicole Albert, several years ago, correct?
Correct.
You've met all of Caitlin's siblings as well.
Correct.
You've spent time at their house.
Yes.
You've spent holidays with them,
Yes.
and you've been over there on weekends, correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that over the last 7 or 8 years, you've been with the Albert family quite a bit, correct?
Yes.
And you've also been with the McCabe family, correct?
Yes.
And even though you're not married, you consider yourself just about one of the family, correct?
Yes.
Since John O'Keefe's death, you have continued associating with both the Alberts and the McCabe's, correct?
Yes.
Because you're still dating and living with Caitlin, correct?
That is correct.
And in June of 2022, a few months after John O'Keefe's death, you went to Ned Devine's in Boston with many, many men in the family, correct?
Yes.
That includes the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And that includes the McCabe's.
Yes.
Do you recall who was there that night?
No, I don't.
I showed you a photograph from that night. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Can I approach Ron?
Yes.
I want to know if he's going to talk about the fact that you met them out, so you weren't with her. How did Caitlin get to the waterfall bar? Come on now, Yaned, you better be on top of this.
I placed a photograph before you. Take a look at that and look up at me when you're done.
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory about who was there that night?
It does.
Are you, by the way, how many people are in that photograph?
Do you want me to count?
With the court's permission.
Okay, go ahead and count. And after you count, let's mark this for identification, please.
Yes.
12. 12 people, including myself.
Okay, if I could have that marked for ID.
12, including myself.
Z for identification. Thank you.
You would agree with me, sir, that at that night at Ned Devine's in Boston, everybody there was, except for you, was either an Albert or a McCabe?
Yes, that's correct.
And the photo that you or somebody decided to take was all of you with your fists clenched, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you clench your fists that night?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did all of the Alberts and McCabe's clench their
Objection.
fists that night?
Sustained.
That photo was posted to social media, was it not?
Yes, it was.
And it was posted by somebody named Kevin Reardon.
Yes.
Who's Kevin Reardon?
My girlfriend's cousin.
He's actually the son of one of Nicole and Julie Albert's sisters, correct?
Yes.
And you've met him as well, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall the date that that photograph was posted to social media?
No, I don't.
I showed you Z for identification again. Would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
And I'll take it back from you. You've had a chance to look at it.
Yeah.
Having reviewed Z for identification, does that refresh your memory as to the date of the posting of that photograph?
Yes.
Were you aware at that time that, and by the way, what date was it?
You just showed me.
I know, and I'm asking you to tell the jury.
It's June 5th. It was dated.
Of 2022?
Yeah.
Were you aware that June 5th of 2022 was 4 days before Karen Reed was indicted for this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Were you and the Alberts and the McCabe's celebrating the indictment of Karen Reed?
Objection.
Were you?
No.
Thank you.
Yes. You've never testified before any grand jury regarding this case, correct?
I haven't.
You've never testified previously in any hearing regarding this case, correct?
I haven't.
You were at 34 Fairview Road in Canton at 1:45 in the morning or about 1:45 on January 29th of 2022, correct?
I don't remember the time.
Was it wildly different than 1:45 in the morning, or was it somewhat close to that?
I'm not going to make up a time. I don't remember.
Was it 9 p.m. on the 28th?
I don't remember times.
So if I asked you if you were there to pick up your girlfriend Caitlin at 9 p.m. on January 28th, you couldn't say if that's true or false?
No, because I'm not making up a time.
Okay, so it could have been 9 p.m. that you were there, not 1:45 in the morning.
I didn't say that.
Well, you've just said that you can't rule out
Whoa, he
that it
walked
was
in-
actually
yes.
9 p.m. on the 28th, didn't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? Did you say that?
I didn't say anything. I don't remember a time.
No, I understand.
So I'm not going to make up a time.
Hold on. Only one person can speak at a time.
I don't, it could have been later, could have been earlier. I don't know a time.
Right, but it couldn't have been 9 p.m. on January 28th. Could it have been?
I don't know.
Okay. What time were you at the waterfall?
I don't remember.
Were you at the waterfall?
Yes, I was.
On what date?
The 28th.
Was it in the morning?
It was at nighttime.
Was it not? Okay. What time did you leave the waterfall?
I don't remember.
Did you leave at 5 p.m.?
I don't remember.
So it could have been 5 p.m. that you left.
Could have been 5 in the morning. I don't know.
Okay. Leaving aside what time it was, or strike that. Will you testify that you were at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th after midnight?
I don't remember a time.
Okay. But you do remember being there, correct?
At the waterfall?
No, at 34 Fairview.
I remember picking my girlfriend up, yes.
You do. You've testified to that, right? Today.
Yes,
And when you were there, you had an opportunity to see the front lawn to that property, did you not?
yes.
You pulled into the driveway?
I don't remember where I pulled into.
Okay. Did you pull into any place when you got there?
I don't remember where I pulled into.
So you say you don't remember where you pulled into. That wasn't my question. My question was, did you pull in any place when you got to 34th Fairview?
Well, I had to pick my girlfriend up, so yes, I did.
You did. Okay. Was there any place other than the driveway to pull into when you got to 34 Fairview?
No,
So it had to be the driveway, right?
must have been.
All right. When you pulled into the driveway, you waited a period of time for Caitlin, correct?
Yes,
And how long a period of time was that?
I don't remember.
Was it more than a half hour?
No,
Was it more than 10 minutes?
I don't remember.
It could have been more than 10 minutes.
Probably wasn't.
And when you say it probably wasn't, that means it probably was less than 10 minutes, correct?
I don't remember the time.
During that time that you were waiting for Caitlin to come out of the house while you were in the driveway, there was nothing obstructing your view of the front lawn, correct?
Nope,
All right. And shifting gears for a second, this was on January 29th of 2022, correct?
yes,
And ultimately, you did pick up Caitlin and take her back to Easton, correct?
correct.
On January 29th, at any point that day or night, Trooper Michael Proctor never interviewed you, correct?
Correct,
Nor did he interview the next day or the day after that, correct?
correct,
Or the month of February, correct?
correct,
Or the entire year of 2022, correct?
correct,
Or the entire year of 2023, correct?
correct.
The first time any investigator of this case interviewed you was May 7th of 2024, correct?
When was that? I don't,
That was 1 week ago. That was last Tuesday.
correct.
You were aware at the time you were being interviewed for the first time by any investigator, this case had already started.
Yes,
You were
Wow.
aware that this jury heard opening statements from both counsel on April 29th, which was over a week before May 7th, correct?
yes,
So it wasn't until over a week after opening statements that somebody from the state police finally interviewed you, correct?
nobody from the state police interviewed me.
Who was it that interviewed you?
Nobody interviewed me. I spoke to the DAs about coming in here. That was about it.
Okay, I thought you had just testified that on May 7th, that was the first time an investigator reached out for you.
Yes.
All right. And when I use the term interview, I don't mean that somebody put a bright spotlight on you and took you into an interrogation room. I'm just asking, did somebody ask you questions?
Yes,
I'll let it stand.
Thank you, Ron. And that interview did not take place in person, correct?
no, it did not.
That was a phone interview, correct?
Correct,
And your attorney was on the line for that, correct?
correct,
Now, from the beginning of the night on January 28th, your plan was to go home early, correct?
correct.
You weren't drinking much, correct?
That is correct.
You had to get up early.
Yes,
And it actually was really early. It could have been as early as 3 a.m., correct?
correct.
So from the beginning, you knew that you weren't going to get much sleep, correct?
Yes,
And if you were going to get any sleep, you couldn't stay at the waterfall all night, correct?
that is correct.
So you left early.
Yes,
And you planned to go home, get whatever rest or sleep you could get, and then wait for the call to go out plowing, correct?
that is correct.
The plan from the beginning was not for you to leave the waterfall, go to Easton, and then drive back from Easton to Canton to pick up Caitlin and then take her back to Easton so that you could wait for the call for plowing. That was not the original plan, correct?
No, it wasn't.
No, of course it wasn't. So I apologize, Ron. I withdraw that comment.
Firstly, of course.
But the plan changed, correct?
Yes,
And that was because you heard from your girlfriend, Caitlin, correct?
yes.
And I'm going to ask you a question and hope I get an answer. Do you recall what time it was that she contacted you?
No, I don't recall.
Did anybody instruct you not to talk about any times that anything happened?
Absolutely not.
How did Caitlin contact you that night?
Via text, via phone.
And you were in Easton when she did that, correct?
Yes,
She was at 34 Fairview?
yes.
And by the way, the snowstorm was no surprise to you that night, right?
No,
I mean, that's why you were waiting to plow, correct?
yes,
That snowstorm had been forecast.
yes.
And it had started snowing by midnight, correct?
I don't remember when it started snowing.
But for some reason, Caitlin now needed to get picked up before you went plowing, correct?
Yes,
That meant, despite the fact that you had to get up potentially at 3 a.m., you now had to make the trip back and forth between Canton and Easton a second time, correct?
yes,
And you considered it to be important enough that you agreed to pick up Caitlin despite the changing plans, correct?
correct.
All right. Now, when you pulled into that driveway, you at least temporarily parked in the driveway waiting for her, correct?
Yes,
What other cars were in the driveway at that time?
I don't remember.
What side of the driveway did you park on?
I don't remember.
After you parked, you texted Caitlin to tell her that you were there, correct?
Yes,
And you previously testified that you don't remember how long it took for her to come out of the house, correct?
I don't remember.
And I started to ask you, and I'll just finish that line of questioning. At that point, the front lawn of the house was to your left, correct?
It would have been, yes.
Right. And there were no obstructions between you and the front lawn blocking your view, correct?
I wouldn't be staring at her grass, so no.
Okay. I didn't ask you where you were staring. I was just asking if there were any obstructions.
Okay, yeah,
And the answer to that question is,
no,
was snow starting to accumulate at that time?
I don't remember.
You recall if there was any snow on the ground?
Yes, because I was driving cautiously.
And against that white snow, did you see a black baseball cap?
Absolutely not.
And as you sat in that driveway, you also did not see a black sneaker?
Absolutely not.
And you also did not see 45 pieces of red plastic
No,
or even one piece?
no,
And you certainly did not see a 6'2" man on the lawn of your girlfriend's parents' home, correct?
no, I did not.
You saw nothing unusual in that front area of the lawn, correct?
No, I did not.
Caitlin got into the Jeep.
Correct.
The plan was for you to drive the Jeep back to Easton with her, correct?
Yes,
You backed out of the driveway, correct? And you turned the rear end of that car toward Cedar Crest, correct?
not towards Cedar Crest. I was going up the hill. So it should
Okay,
be Fairview.
if I suggested to you that going up the hill would take you towards Chapman, does that make sense?
Yeah,
Okay, and the other end of the street was Cedar Crest, right?
towards that way, yes.
Okay, so the rear end of your car was towards Cedar Crest and you were facing up the hill towards Chapman, right?
Yes,
That would have meant that you were driving your vehicle past really the entire length of Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
yes,
And the front lawn would have been on Caitlin's side of the car, correct?
yes,
And you drove past the flagpole that you're familiar with, correct?
yes,
And as you drove past that entire front lawn, you never saw any of the things I previously asked you about: the baseball hat, the sneakers, the pieces of red plastic, or a 6'2" man, correct?
I did not.
You saw nothing out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
And you saw no tire tracks in the snow leading to the Alberts front lawn, did you?
I did not.
You didn't see anything that would lead you to conclude that there had been a car crash there, correct?
Absolutely not.
Sustained.
No further questions. Thank you, Ron.
Okay, anything, Mr. Lally?
Just briefly on. That photograph that you were shown, do you know what that was, what that gathering was in regard to?
No, I don't.
Now, prior to you leaving the waterfall or during the course of any of the texts or phone calls that you received from Caitlin, was there any sort of reason that was discussed as far as picking her up and bringing her to Easton before you went off to Bluff?
Can you repeat that?
From your discussions with Caitlin, what was the reason that you went back to 34 Fairview to pick her up and bring her home?
Objection.
Allow it. Why'd you do that?
Well, she's high maintenance. I didn't really want to have to deal with her.
She wanted to come home, is that correct?
Yes,
And did she say why she wanted to come home?
Objection.
I want to get snowed in.
I'll allow it.
Now, you've testified before that as you were driving around that night, you were cautious and your hands were attentive to, is that right?
Absolutely.
So as you're driving past your girlfriend's parents' house, was there any reason, excuse me, was there any reason for you to direct your attention to the front lawn area of their home?
Absolutely not.
Nothing further on.
I'm not further.
Okay, you are all set.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
The next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Ms. Sarah Levinson to the stand.
All right, here we go. Sarah Levinson in the house. She was there for the birthday party. I mean, the big thing here is that Karen Reed was supposed to hit John O'Keefe, leave him there, and this all had to happen, you know, between 12:30, 12:45,
Follow this way. Just watch your step.
1 o'clock at the absolute latest,
Raise your right hand.
and nobody has seen anything in the yard.
Case down here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. I see you skew up and pull down that microphone, talk really loud into it. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name? for the record?
Sarah Levinson, Levinson.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton,
How long have you lived in Canton?
my whole life.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
My parents.
Now, do you work, ma'am?
Yes,
What do you do for it?
I'm a registered nurse.
And how long have you been a registered nurse?
3 years.
Now, ma'am, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28, 2022 into the early morning of the 29th. Do you recall those days?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week?
Friday was the 28th, Saturday the 29th.
And as far as that evening of the 28th, what, if any, plans did you have for that evening?
My plans were to go to my friend Brian's house for his birthday celebration.
And so your friend, that would be Brian Albert Jr., is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know how old he was turning for his birthday?
23.
And how long or how did you know Brian Albert Jr. at that time?
We met in high school. He's the grade below me. So I would say now it's been about 10 years. So about 8.
And that, his house as far as 34 Fairview Road, had you been there before?
Yes.
Plenty of times, is that?
Yes.
And on that particular evening, how was it that you came to be there? How did you get there?
My friend Julie's father drove us.
And your friend Julie, is that Julie Nagel?
Correct.
And yourself and Julie Nagel, how long have you known each other?
Middle school. So a little bit longer than how long I've known Brian for.
And you and Ms. Nagel, were you in the same grade together?
Yes,
And so her father drives you from your house, picks you up at some point and brings you over to 34th Fairview.
correct.
Do you know about what time it was that you arrived at 34th
Between 7 and 8 p.m.
Fairview? When you arrived, who, if anyone, was in the house at Fairview when you got
It was Brian Jr., Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Julie Albert.
there? And what was, as far as your understanding, what was sort of the plan for that particular evening?
We were all going to meet at Brian's house. His family was going to go out, his mom, aunt, and sister. And then we were kind of going to go from there, whether we were going to go out or stay home. It was up in the air.
And when you arrived there, so at some point did his mother, Nicole Albert, his aunt and his sister leave the house?
Correct.
How long a period of time was it from the time that you and Julie arrived to the time that Brian's mother, aunt, and sister left?
15 to 25 minutes, I would say.
And did you have any idea where they were going?
No.
Now, as far as during that time after they left, what was it? Do you recall sort of where in the house you were hanging out or what you were doing?
We were in the family room and in the kitchen as well.
In the kitchen area within the Albert house at 34 Fairview, were you familiar with that?
Yes.
And the kitchen and the dining room, are those sort of the same thing, is that correct?
Correct.
And the family room that you're talking about, let me ask you this, sort of, with respect to 34 Fairview, there are basically two front doors. Correct?
So, Mr. Lally, I think we can move on from the general description of the house, please.
One last question in regard to that. So the family room that you're talking about, where is that in relation to the kitchen dining?
If you're looking at the house, it's to the right.
Now, what is it that, at some point in time, did other people join you and Julie and Brian Jr. at the house?
Between 8 and 9 o'clock.
And who was it that came over between 8 and 9?
Courtney Alba, Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, and Mary Kent.
I'm going to ask you to spell all of those last names for us, if you would, please.
So Courtney Alba, A-L-B-A. Catherine Duty, it's Kathryn-Doody. Emily Fabiano, the last name Fabiano, I believe it might be one B. And then Mary Kent, Kent.
Thank you.
And with respect to Ms. Alba, Ms. Duty, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Kent, how did you know them?
I knew Catherine and Emily since elementary school. Mary and Courtney I had known since high school. Courtney I was more of an acquaintance with because she was friends with Brian.
So she was more friends with your friend than you had sort of a mutual friend, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, during the time that you were at the house on Fairview, you mentioned earlier you were in sort of the family room area. Where else did you go within the house?
Just the family room, the kitchen/dining room, and then the bathroom off the kitchen.
And just so I'm clear as far as what I'm asking, when I'm saying you sort of in the plural. So it's you in addition to all the other people that you just mentioned. Was there any other area of the house that the group of you went at any point?
Brian took either Mary or Catherine. I don't remember which one, upstairs at one point to see their family dog.
Can I ask you to keep your voice up, if you would, please? Thank you.
Sorry.
Wait, what?
And, about how long a period were they upstairs in your family?
No more than 5-10 minutes.
And so what was it that the group of you were doing at the house over the course of this evening?
So we were celebrating Brian's birthday. They had gotten calzones. We were eating and then we were drinking.
And in general terms, if you recall, what was the group sort of drinking that night?
Like spiked seltzers. I know Brian was most likely drinking White Claw because that's really all he drinks. I remember one of the other girls bringing Trulies. I'm not sure about the other people, but around that type of stuff.
And do you know how much each of the people sort of had to drink while they were there?
I'm not completely sure. No one was tipping over.
This woman, I need
Fair
a
to say
bubble.
that whatever people had, it was sort of commensurate with each other, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, over the course of the evening, so you're eating, you're drinking, was there like music going or anything like that?
Yes, music.
And if you recall, like sort of how was the music being played?
Through a Bluetooth speaker.
And over the course of the evening, in addition to the people that you've just mentioned, at some point, did somebody else come by the house?
Yes.
And who was that?
Colin Albert.
And did you know Colin Albert prior to that evening as well?
Yes.
And about how old was Colin around that time?
High school, like late high school.
And how was it, or how well did you know Colin Albert?
Not very well. Like I said, I'd been friends with Brian for about 8 years at that point, and I know Colin's older brother, Christopher, pretty well. He's my age. I grew up with him, known him since elementary school. So it's kind of like we weren't friends, I wouldn't say, me and Colin, but we were cordial.
So he's a younger brother of somebody that you went to school with.
Correct.
And he was your friend Brian Albert Jr.'s cousin, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to Colin, do you know about what time he arrived?
I can't say for sure. Not sure.
Sometime before or after the other Miss Ken, Miss Fabiano, Miss Alba, and Miss Judy arrived?
He was there when Miss Fabiano, Kent, and he was there when Miss Judy, Miss Fabiano, and Miss Kent were there. I'm not sure if Miss Alba was still there because she left separately from those three.
And you mentioned that you had come over to the house getting a ride from Miss Nagel's father, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how the other women got over to the house as far as Miss Ken, Miss Fabiano, Miss Alba, and Miss Judy?
They got dropped off. I'm not sure by who.
So fair to say there weren't like a line of cars out in front of the house, right?
Correct.
And about how long, with respect to that group that was there as far as you and the other young women, about how long a period of time were you all like that?
2 to 3 hours.
So do you know about what time it was that Miss Alba, Fabiano, Miss Judy, and Miss Kent left?
Miss Alba left before the other three. Her boyfriend picked her up. And then Miss Kent, Miss Judy, and Miss Fabiano all left together. I know it was before midnight.
And when they left, was Colin Albert, was he still there?
I believe so.
And you know how much time or overlap there was between Colin Albert and the other women as far as Miss Kent, Miss Fabiano, and Miss Judy?
I don't remember exactly.
Now, from your recollection of that evening, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor within the house over the course of those few hours?
Everything was good, happy. We were celebrating. No issues.
No issues with anybody that was there?
No.
Now, after, at some point in time, later on in the evening or in the early morning of the 29th, who, if anyone else, came to them?
So Mr. Albert, Brian's father, Mr. Higgins, Mrs. Albert, Brian's mother, Caitlin Albert, Brian's sister, Jennifer McCabe, Brian's aunt, and then Matt McCabe, Brian's uncle.
Let me sort of break it down and ask you a bit like this. So as far as the order of people arriving, at some point did you learn where they were coming from?
Yes.
And where were they coming from?
Brian's father and Mr. Higgins, as far as I knew, were coming from New York. They were at a funeral for a fallen police officer. And Brian's other family members, aunt, uncle, mother, and sister, they were out in Canton. I wasn't sure what establishment.
And so those people that you described, did they all come at the same time, or did they come in sort of staggered fashion, or how did they arrive?
Brian's father and Mr. Higgins arrived first, but they all arrived within 5 minutes of each other.
Oh, yeah.
And first, in reference to Brian's father, Brian Sr., you had obviously met him on prior occasions, correct?
Correct.
And Brian Higgins, is that someone that you had met before, or you had known prior to that?
That is boom.
And when Mr. Albert being Sr. and Mr. Higgins arrived at the residence on Fairview, was Colin Albert still there?
I don't remember.
Do you have any recollection of those people being in the same room at the same time on that?
I don't remember.
And so, as far as Brian Jr., your friend, his mother's name is Nicole, is that right?
Correct.
His sister's name is Caitlin.
Correct.
And did you know both of them prior to the evening of the 28th?
Yes.
And with respect to Caitlin, how would you describe your sort of relationship with her?
We were friends in high school.
Fair to say that you were closer with Brian Jr. versus Kate, correct?
Correct.
And same question in regard to Colin Albert. Do you recall whether or not he was there in the house at the time that Nicole and Caitlin came?
I don't remember.
And then as far as Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, were you familiar with them prior to the evening of the 28th?
I knew who they were. I'm not sure if I've ever had a conversation with them prior to that.
When you say you knew who they were, how was it that you knew who they were?
I knew they were Brian's aunt and uncle.
Had you ever met them before or had any occasion to see them anywhere before that you can recall?
I know I had seen or met Jen before. I'm not sure about Matt.
And same question in reference to as far as Colin Albert, do you recall whether or not he was in the house at any point in time when the McCabe's were there?
I don't remember.
You recall Colin Albert leaving the house at some point?
Yes.
You just don't recall when it was in relation to when the other people arrived from wherever they were?
No.
And do you recall how it was that he left the house?
He got a ride.
You know who he got a ride from? Objection.
No, do you know?
No.
Next question.
Now, when these other people came to the house, we'll refer to them as the older adults, is that a fair portrayal of them?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Or than the rest of the people that were there earlier, then, correct?
Correct.
So that group that came in later, as far as when they arrived, where were they in relation to the house? Like, where were they situated?
We were all in the dining/kitchen.
So all in that same sort of area.
Correct.
Now, at any point in time over the course of the evening, do you recall anybody from that group of people sort of going anywhere else in the house that you saw?
Not that I remember.
And with respect to the house on Fairview Road, you're familiar with where the basement is located in the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time in the evening, did you see anybody from that group either before or after go anywhere near the basement or go into the basement area?
No.
Now, with respect to the sort of mood and demeanor after these other folks come by, do you know about what time it was that those people started coming back in from wherever they were coming?
12:15. It wasn't that long after it struck midnight.
So sometime after the strike of midnight, these other folks start to come back to the house.
Correct.
And from that period, from 12:15 or so, from that period, about how long was it after that you were at the house on Fairview?
I left between 1:30 and 2 a.m.
So about an hour and a half or so after they got there.
Correct.
Now, with respect to that hour and a half or so after they got there, how would you describe sort of the mood and the demeanor within the home during that time?
Same thing. We were celebrating, happy, dancing, all that.
The drinking continued, correct?
Correct.
No issues or arguments or anything that you observed, correct?
Correct.
Now, within the area of the kitchen dining area, at some points, do you recall where people were? I'm talking later in the evening when the folks come back to the house after midnight. Do you remember where those people were sort of situated around the kitchen dining room area at that time?
Yes.
And could you describe to the jury sort of where they were?
So the dining room table is a square. So, and it was in front of the front window. So in front of the front window where their back would be to the window was my friend Julie Nagel. I was sitting then, I don't know, was that perpendicular? I haven't taken math in a long time. I was sitting here. If the window's here, I was sitting on this side, facing kind of, I could see the front door. And then to my right, Brian Sr. and Mr. Higgins were standing. So they're back towards the kitchen. And Mrs. Albert Nicole was sitting with her back to the front door area. And Jen and Matt and Caitlin, I don't believe were sitting.
And over that course of hour and a half or so
Boom.
after those folks came back to the house sometime after midnight, did you observe any other people walking or coming into the house at any point?
No.
Let me ask you this, as far as on January 28th into the 29th of 2022, did you know anybody by the name of John O'Keefe?
No.
And did you know anybody by the name of Karen Reed?
No.
And with respect to either of those people or any other people, no one else came into the house while you were there?
Correct.
Now, at some point in time, your friend Julie, did she go outside of the house?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that was in regard to?
Her older brother, Ryan, was coming to pick us up to take us home. So she went out to talk to him prior to him arriving. She said something to me along the lines of Ryan's coming to get us, which Jen McCabe said.
System.
Question. And so, in relation to when folks arrived back from wherever they were coming from to 34 Fairview, when was this that you had this conversation with Julie about her brother coming from you guys out?
Around 12:30, give or take.
And at some point, did Julie go outside the house?
Yes.
And did you have any occasion to look outside at any point when she was out there?
No.
And about how long period of time was Julie outside the house?
No longer than 5 minutes.
And after that, her going outside no longer than 5 minutes and coming back inside, were there other arrangements that were made as far as how you and Julie were going to get home that
Yes.
night? And what were those arrangements as far as what was your understanding of how you were getting home that night?
Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe would drive us home.
Now, Jen McCabe, around that time that Julie went outside of the house and came back in, what, if anything, did you observe her to be?
Her phone was plugged in behind me, charging. She was checking it periodically.
And again, if you could remind the jury sort of what was it that
This
was
is gonna be fucking
behind you as
tits.
far as where was it?
Woo-hoo.
So where I was sitting behind me was a wall. And then behind that wall would be the family room.
And so I guess what I'm asking is, was there something specific that her phone was like resting on, or was it just sort of hanging out of a plug, or how was it positioned?
I think it was just resting on the floor.
And with reference to her phone, was that something that Ms. McCabe came over and looked at any point in time while it was charging?
Yes.
How many times?
I'm not sure to be exact.
Let me ask you this, was it once or more than once or something?
More than once, I would say.
And without any reference to anything that was said, was there some conversation that you had with Ms. McCabe during the time that she would come over and check or look at the phone?
Myself, no. In general, I remember her saying someone was coming.
And that someone that she indicated was coming, again, no one ever actually came in the house or was around the house that you were aware of, correct?
Correct.
This poor girl.
And so about what time was it that you left the home on Fairview on that particular evening?
Between 1:30 and 2 a.m.
And you left with your friend, Ms. Nagel, as well as Mr. and Mrs. McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall what kind of vehicle they had or what they were driving on that evening?
Oh, yes.
Some sort of like large Subaru type. I don't know the exact make or brand, but a large, all I could say was like a Subaru, not a Subaru, not a Suburban. I don't know cars. Like a Tahoe, like a big car.
Suburban,
So
honey.
like a bigger SUV, right?
Yes.
And within the SUV that you eventually got into and took a ride home, correct?
Yes.
And if you recall, from within the SUV that you got into, was there, as far as the back seat was concerned, was it 2 rows, 3 rows, or something else?
It was 3 rows.
And where was that vehicle parked when you came out to get into?
In the driveway.
And when you came out to go from the house to the car, what, if anything, did you observe as far as what was the weather doing at that?
It was snowing.
And as far as the snow that had come, was there any sort of accumulation on the ground that you saw?
Yes.
And so based on that, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of your walk from the front door to the McCabe's vehicle in the driveway?
So we exited the front door and went down the front walkway to the driveway. As I said, it was snowing. Julie and I were like arms linked. And I was looking down at my feet to make sure I didn't slip.
You fucking slut bag, bitch.
And why were you?
Liar. Coached.
I wore shoes that my mother told me not to wear because they didn't have traction. But they went with my outfit, so I wore them anyways. And I
Her
knew if
po-
I had slipped and fell, she would say, I told you so. So I made sure not to do that.
At 23 years old.
And when you get to the vehicle, do you recall sort of who was driving and who sort of sat where within the vehicle?
Yes. So Matt was driving. Jennifer was in the passenger seat. Julie was behind Matt on the driver's side. And then I was behind Jen.
And when you get into the back of the vehicle, do you recall, was there any sort of conversation about, did either Mr. or Mrs. McCabe know where the two of you lived at that point? No.
They did not.
So I imagine there was some discussion as far as where to or what was the address or something like that.
Yes, correct.
Do you recall if that was something that was like plugged into GPS, or were you just sort of giving verbal instructions about where?
I don't remember.
And do you recall as far as the order of who got dropped off first versus yourself and Ms. Nagel,
Yes,
and who got dropped off first?
Julie.
And about how far a drive is it from the address on Fairview to Julie's?
Less than 5 minutes.
And same as far as, so from Julie's house, you then went to your house, is that correct?
Yeah, about 5 minutes, I would say, from Julie's to mine.
So 5 minutes or so from Fairview to Julie's and 5 minutes or so from Julie's.
Correct.
Now, when you get in the back of the vehicle, do you recall any other sort of discussion while you were in the driveway before you left?
So, yes, we got in to the car. Matt forgot his jacket inside, so he went back to get his jacket. And Julie and I were in the back seat looking around. One of us noticed, I remember, a loaf of bread, just a lone loaf of bread in the back seat. We said something to Jen because we thought it was weird. And she said something along the lines of, oh, anyone want a peanut butter and jelly on the way, like making a joke. So we were looking back at the third row.
And so Ms. McCabe is in the front seat of the vehicle at this point.
Yes,
So she sort of turns to talk to you while you're in the back seat.
correct.
And was she turned towards the center of the car or the window or something?
To the center.
And if you recall, Mr. McCabe gets his jacket, comes back in the car, and at some point backs out of the driveway.
Correct.
And when Mr. McCabe drives from there headed towards Ms. Nagel's house, do you recall which direction that the vehicle was facing as far as going by the house on Fairview?
So,
Let me ask it probably in a better way.
okay.
Peanut butter
So at some
jelly
point,
time.
you
Peanut
drive past the 34 Fairview Road residence on the way to Julie's house.
Yes.
And when you did so, which side of the McCabe's vehicle was facing the Fairview Road residence? Was it the side that you're on or the side that Julie's on?
The side I was on.
And at the time that you were driving past that, was there a conversation still that was going on in the backseat of the car or with anybody else?
Yes.
And who was sort of engaged in conversations about
Myself and Julie.
it? And so you're looking at her direction while you're talking to her, is that correct?
Correct.
And as you're driving past the house, what, if anything, does Julie say?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Rowland.
As you're driving past the house, what, if any, conversation were you having with them?
Objection.
All right, so I'm going to see Councilor Tybar on this one issue. Jurors, feel free to stand up.
Jury, go ahead and stretch it out. Okay, so it's very interesting because I think it's going to come out when this girl was ever interviewed, things like that. She's very, very detailed. knows exactly what happened. So that tells me that you don't either go out a lot, right? That you can remember stuff like that, or it was a memorable night and you do remember everything because something memorable happened. But she slips up there and she says that Higgins and Brian Albert arrived together and that they came in 5 minutes before everybody else. Okay. That's the first time that we've heard that from anybody. Okay. Her recollection is that Higgins and Brian Albert arrived together, and that everybody else was 5 minutes after. I mean, that's huge. Because think about it, if you guys are all going back to the same place, here, I'll ride with Higgins. You know, here, girls, you take the car. So I could see Higgins and Brian Albert actually driving back together. Since somebody could be this detailed about remembering a loaf of bread in the back and things like that, it then goes to show that when you don't remember things like, oh, Colin Albert, what time it was, were the other people there? She remembers that Jen McCabe was charging her phone. I mean, I think that this might be Lally's side piece here. Lally's booty call right here, maybe Sarah Livingston.
Ms. Levinson, without respect to what Ms. Nagel said to you in the car, the two of you were conversing, correct?
Correct.
And as you're pulling past the house, she says something, correct? Or says something out loud.
Not farther up the street.
And so when you're talking about farther up the street, where was the vehicle in relation to the house at 34 Fairview when she says so?
The house was behind us.
And so based on what she had said, where does your attention go?
When she was speaking to me, I looked at her. Once she said what she said, I looked the other way to the window.
And at the time that you looked to the window, what was sort of outside the window in reference to 34 Fairview? Was any part of the residence still, or the lawn or anything else visible to you at that time?
No,
And so was a neighboring house, is that fair to say?
one of the neighboring houses, yes.
So whether it was a next door neighbor or a couple of houses down, it was past that point, correct?
Correct.
And was there any further discussion that you recall in the backseat of the vehicle between yourself and Julie in relation to that earlier statement?
I asked for clarification.
Did you receive any further clarification?
No.
I may have a moment, John.
Yes.
This cross is going to be good. Let's see how much Lally tries to protect his woman.
Nothing further for this witness.
All right, so this is a good place for us to take our morning recess. See folks at 15.
Nobody needs a morning recess.
to the court,
Okay.
please. Your phones and notebooks, follow me.
You are muted.
Okay. So all right. So check this out. Going back to Tristan, well, first of all, again, the defense is going to have her go over where they were sitting. This is the first witness in Sarah Levingston that has said that they were in the family room as well. Everybody was just talking about the dining room and the kitchen. If she's speaking about the table that is, let me share screen here. Okay, so this is the kitchen area, and then that's facing the back. This is the back of the house. Now, this is a great view to be able to see that up there's that, as she was saying, that rectangle. So she's sitting right with her back up against the wall there, at the table. And she said that the family room was behind where she was. Okay. And because right where that wall is, on the other side of that wall, there's a door there. All right. And so the way that she explains where people were sitting is very interesting. So she's up against the chair that'd be against this wall. And now she's saying that Jen McCabe was charging her phone. So plugging it into the wall, like into that wall. I question that wall has a plug-in. That wall would have a electrical outlet. Okay, call me crazy, and I may be a complete nut, but that wall looks like just a makeshift, like it's a otherwise because that wall can be, if you just knock that down, it can be all big, right? But that's the wall that she's saying that she was sitting behind or at the table, and then Brian Jr. would actually have, when he testified, I want to go back in here because he's either right where the window is with his back there, and then Mrs. Albert's like directly across from this woman, Sarah. And then she says, but then to the right of her, which would be over here, like just standing, is Brian Higgins and then Brian Sr. And then she said, Jen was not sitting and nor was Caitlin. Where the fuck's Matt? But that she's claiming that she had to reach across her or behind her to get to her phone. So that's interesting to me. It's because I don't think that little wall there, I could be wrong, I don't think that that's going to have an outlet. It's a pardon wall. Yes, I was trying to think of the word. Okay. Now let's look at this kitchen. You know where I would have right here, right back over here where the toaster is. That seems like a really, oh wait, hold up, wrong way. That seems like a very good place to rest your phones, right over there. Because I don't think that Jen McCabe is just whipping out her own charger, plugging it in. I mean, yeah, I guess that's interesting. But let's see where somebody in the house that you're going to would actually have like chargers, and they would be like along like over here. I'm sorry, but let's just use our common sense. You guys can think I'm crazy, but I don't. So let's go back to how everybody was sitting. Again, first witness to talk about that people were gathering in that family room, which is this room here. Oh. See, you would have stuff on that little island there too with see all those outlets? Yeah, B. This is the family room. So right where actually this is being taken, like whoever is standing right here to take this picture, that's right where that side door is. Okay. That's right where the side door is. And this is the foyer area where if you walked in like the actual front door, you could just like go right up, right up the stairs. Or you make a right, come this way, and that's where there's the basement door to go downstairs. And also if you make a right, then you're coming from, like you're going into like that kitchen area. So But that's the best angle to see the diagram that she was kind of talking about with where everybody was situated. So I don't believe when she's talking about that Jen McCabe's are reaching over her and there's a charger and all that shit. Hell to the motherfucking no. I wanted to seriously call up the 34 Fairview owners and ask them if they can take a picture of this little wall here and see if there's an outlet there. Again, I could be wrong. But why would I go and plug in my phone there when you would just look at the way the layout of this kitchen is? I don't need to go, hey, I'm going to go way behind this woman that's just sitting here. Hey, you know what? I see an outlet right there. Can I plug in my phone so that I have to like go through your body versus all of this? You have the island, which I don't think there's any, no, underneath, but you have all of this countertop space on that's where you would put your phone. You put your phone on a countertop. I've never put my phone in somebody's house in a wall outlet that's that my phone would then be on the floor. Busty D says, I don't see any lies. Well, if you don't see any lies, then that means that Brian Albert and Higgins walked in together 5 minutes before everybody else, because that's what this witness testified to. So you're right. Maybe this person isn't lying. Okay. Well, then other people are, because Brian Higgins and Albert did not walk in together according to any other witness. I don't care what they're saying as to why they didn't see anybody in the lawn, because they have to make excuses as to why they didn't see anybody in the lawn because John O'Keefe's already supposed to be there. At the end of the day, you're telling me that every single person has a reason as to why they were so oblivious to that lawn, where the correct answer would be, I was oblivious to the lawn because I was fucking hammered. Why was I paying attention to the lawn? You know, I wasn't paying attention to the lawn. I was drinking. I'd been drinking all day, all night, whatever. But see, once you say that, then anything that you would also say is like, my memory is foggy because I was drinking. I was drunk. Okay. Tristan, right before this. Oh, I do want to say this then too. I want to say this. If Sarah Livingston is not lying and she's sitting where she says she's sitting, Brian Jr. is sitting right by the window, Miss Albert is sitting across from where Sarah was, and that they kind of left like that other side would be like looking, you could see out the window. She really doesn't say anything about people sitting there. Then we have to go and look at this. Where was Matt McCabe and Jen McCabe when they told police that they were looking out the window or standing at some door and they saw Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrive, but they didn't see anybody get out, but then they also see them leave? And don't you think when you're saying that someone's going to arrive and I looked out the window and I saw them there, oh, there they are. And then I'm waiting. Where are they? Then I look back out. Their car's still there. What the heck? So I'm going to text them. Hello, where are you? Don't you think that I would be having some type of conversation with the people that were sitting right there to say, like that they would see like that I'm trying to look out the window to look for somebody, or if it's all right there? And this woman just testified to it. Yeah. Jen McCabe said that she was waiting for somebody or that somebody was coming. Okay. So she never made another single, because she keeps calling John O'Keefe's phone till 12:50. So was she saying, excuse me, I got to use that again? I got to text. I got to keep texting. I'm going to text from over top of you. Were you sitting there the whole time? I want to know if she ever moved from that seat. She doesn't seem like she's you guys know that movie, what was it? Where all the, God, is it Zootopia? Yeah, Zootopia. The sloth and how slowly the sloth's like at the DMV. She reminds me of a DMV worker or BMV, whatever it is, driver, motor vehicle. She is not moving anywhere anytime soon. Like very, very slow. So she reminds me of the the sloth from Zootopia. Oh shit. All right. And then what is with nobody driving? Is it just me? But every single person who is over the age of 18, 20, 21, none of them have cars, none of them drive anywhere. They have their parents taking them, picking them up. Not just one. I want to hear from these other people that left the party early. There was a boyfriend there. Also, no guys at the party. Brian Albert's a dude. Brian Albert Jr.'s a dude. No guys, no guy friends at the party. All these girls showed up. Fabiano, Kent, Duty, Alba. The first three, they all left together before midnight, but then the Alba left before the other three with her boyfriend when the boyfriend picked up. So the boyfriend didn't want to go hang out with Brian Albert Jr. for his birthday, but the girlfriend did. I mean, very, very interesting. Let's go back. So it'll be interesting here on this cross-examination. Let's see how much she remembers on the cross. Brian Jr. seems like a soul that would have done better in a different environment. Probably. She says that Colin Albert left. She's trying to think that they were trying to time up if, okay, so when the McCabe's and everybody arrived at other party, like, what time did they get to the house? What time did they get to 34 Fairview? Was Colin still there? How about her testimony in the beginning too? She says that Julie Nagel's dad drove them to 34 Fairview. The plan was up in the air. Okay, they were hanging out in the family room. 8 to 9 p.m., Fabio, Kent, Alba, and Duty arrive. And then one of them, Brian Albert Jr., one of them wanted to see the family dog, Chloe, so then Brian Albert Jr. took the dog upstairs to see Chloe. So right there, I think that's important. So Chloe wasn't out and just roaming around. Chloe always was upstairs in the bedroom. But one of the friends, I want to know what friend wanted to see the dog. And when we have 1 out of 4 to pick from, so I would bring up every single one of them. Did you ask to see the dog? Who asked to see the dog? Very interesting. Then her testimony here today, Sarah's, contradicts others that said that once the party arrived, that Miss Albert or one of the people that Miss Albert came back with went and grabbed a Bluetooth speaker. Well, that speaker, according to this girl, was already playing because they were starting to listen to music way before then. She says that she doesn't remember what time Colin arrived at the party, but Colin arrived at the party, and then those three, Fabiano left separately from the other three. They were talking about the times of the people leaving. You could catch that at my 1 hour and 34 minute timestamp. Then at my 1 hour and 35 minute timestamp on this video, you can hear Sarah Livingston's testimony as to the order of how people came back. Also, Sarah Livingston did not know that the family was out at the Waterfall Bar, but also thought that Higgins and Brian Albert, were coming back from the funeral. So she wasn't under the impression at any point in time that they all had then met up. She does not remember who gave Colin Albert a ride or a ride home. That was objected to. And at the 1:39 mark of my video, in 40 seconds, you could hear Sarah saying that nobody went into the basement. And after the strike of midnight is when everybody came home, and this is where everybody was sitting or standing. And then she gives a demonstration at the 1:42 mark of my video. They were planning on leaving, and then Jen McCabe says, "No, stay. We'll just give you a ride home." So that's the story now. The story is that Jennifer McCabe basically opens up her mouth and says, "No, if you guys want to stay, you guys don't have to leave. We'll give you a ride home. So just tell your brother to go home." Now, is that for the cover up of what actually Nagel and Richie, and the reason that 3 people got in a vehicle and drove over to pick up Julie and Sarah? So Nagel comes over to pick up Julie and Sarah, but Julie and Sarah stay because McCabe, Jen says, "No, stay. I'll give you guys, no, you guys don't have to leave if that's why. If you guys want to stay longer, I'll give you a ride. Just tell your brother that you have a ride." Well, wouldn't that have all happened like before the brother would have ever got there to that point? Wouldn't she have ever, "Hey, Julie, text your brother and tell him not to come"? Jen just said she'd give us a ride home. So really, was Nagel truly coming there to give them a ride versus bring them something? Because it's funny that they're arriving for this after party, right? To what does an after party do? You're continuing to party, right? And so if they need a little bit more for their, hey, where can we get this? Where can we get that? Hey, call them. "Oh, my brother's friend sells that. Like, we'll see if he can swing by and, we'll get some whatever." I just find it really hard to believe that it would have taken to the point of your ride getting there, physically getting there, and you're supposed to leave, that then Jen McCabe says, "No, I'll take you guys home. Just tell them to leave." So that to me logically doesn't make sense. But when you're drinking, you're not logical, which it could be like, also maybe somebody needed to get picked up because they were so fucking hammered. We've been through 30 witnesses, and you would think that a jury at the 30 witness mark would have a witness here that is strongly pointing the finger of guilt at Karen Read, which would be like forensic evidence, like doing all of this. We're going to be here. I mean, how long do you think this is going to take? How about Bev chopping down Lally's legs and saying, "Mr. Lally, we're not going to do this testimony about the inside of the description of the home. Continue on." Meanwhile, she just identified the family room that they were hanging out for the first time in the family room. But Bev just not yet. He is debunking the defense's opening statements. That's not what he's supposed to do as a prosecutor. That's not how that works. At least the last time I checked, you're prosecuting a case. It's not based on what the defense is saying. I'm gonna show that. I'm gonna present my case, and in cross-examination, the defense can do whatever. And then also when it's their when it's their case in chief, you then get to cross-examine get to have. He's working backwards. And I think all you're doing is putting a ton of reasonable doubt into the jurors' minds. And that's all that you needed for a not guilty verdict. So. Lana, you're going to have to be up early for weeks with the time difference. What time difference? We're on the same time schedule here. I'm all for seeing the side of, and hey, I find it hard to believe the number of those weren't the only people that were driving by that house, was the people that were going to 34 Fairview. What about the people that were driving by that house that weren't going to 34 Fairview? Nobody drove by that house? Oh, is this going to do this again? Mm-mm. What is up, guys? I think we fixed this issue. Let's go, Bev. Get it poppin', Bev.
Correct.
Now, from that point,
All right, Ms. Giannetti?
thank you, Norm.
The fuck is
Good
going on?
morning.
Good morning.
You have lived in Canton your whole life?
Correct.
Graduated from Canton High School?
Yes.
Have been friends with Brian Albert Jr. since high school?
Yes.
I believe you said it's been probably about 10 years now that you've been friends?
Correct.
And the two of you actually went to the junior prom together, correct?
Correct.
Do you consider him a close friend?
Correct.
You've been to his house many times?
Yes.
You've gone inside the home and you've spent time in the backyard as well?
Yes.
Gone swimming in the pool that they had in the backyard?
Yes.
And in high school, you would hang out in their basement, would you not?
That's correct.
And you know that there's, in that basement, a bulkhead door that leads to the backyard, correct?
I never noticed it.
You're also on good terms with other members of the Albert family.
Correct.
You know his brothers and sisters, correct?
Correct.
Caitlin Albert, Brendan Albert, Kayla Albert, and Jack Albert.
Yes.
You also know his cousins?
Depends which ones, but yes.
Some of them.
Yes.
You know that Jennifer McCabe's daughters are Brian Albert Jr.'s cousins, correct?
Correct.
And you know both of Brian Jr.'s parents, Brian Albert Sr. and Nicole Albert, correct?
That's correct.
And you actually call Nicole Albert by her nickname, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
And what is that nickname?
Coco?
And you know Brian Albert Sr. relatively well, having been over the house so many times, correct?
Depends what you qualify as well, but yes.
You find him a little standoffish.
He's quiet.
But in any case, you're comfortable at the Albert home.
That's correct.
And you were at the Albert home on the night of January 28th, going into the 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Got there around 8 p.m.
Correct.
and you didn't leave until around
Thank you.
2 a.m., give or take, on the 29th, correct?
Correct.
So again, ballpark figures, if you were there from 8 p.m. until 2 a.m., that means that you spent about 6 hours at the Albert home that night into the early morning?
Correct.
And you yourself never left the home during those 6 hours, correct?
Correct.
You were inside the home the entire time.
Correct.
Were you interviewed by any police officer, state trooper, or other investigator about the events of that night on January 29th of 2022?
On that day?
Yeah, were you interviewed?
No.
What about the rest of January or even February of 2022? Were you interviewed by any investigator?
No.
The fact of the matter is that no investigator connected with this case took a statement from you in terms of an interview until about 9 months later, correct?
Correct.
And that was done at the district attorney's office on October 21st of 2022?
Correct.
Now, that night while you were at the house, you'll agree with me that there were people coming and going from the house the whole night, correct?
I mean, you would have to be more specific.
Okay, so I'm not talking about like every minute on the minute,
Mhm.
but during those 6 hours, you saw people come and you saw people leave, correct?
Yes.
But you were not standing guard at the door to take note of everyone who was entering or leaving or the times that they were entering or leaving, correct?
Correct.
You were not, keeping a log, for instance, of when somebody came in or when somebody left.
No.
And when you got there around 8 a.m., you came with your good friend Julie Nagel, correct?
Yes.
Julie's father dropped you off there.
Yes.
You saw Nicole Albert, Julie Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Brian Albert Jr. when you arrived, right?
Correct.
Then Julie Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Nicole Albert left, right?
Yes.
But then 4 other friends of Brian Jr. arrived, right?
Yes.
And you would name them when Mr. Lally was asking you questions before the break, right?
Yes, correct.
So with those 4 friends, with you,
See, Caitlin Albert was there. Caitlin Albert was there. Why doesn't the mom want to talk about that?
and Julie and Brian Jr., that meant that at that point, there were 7 people in the house, right?
Yes.
Actually, there were 8 people because Colin Albert was there as well, correct?
It depends on what time you're referring to, but yes.
He got dropped off there at some point.
Yes.
And then he was one of the 8 people, including yourself, that you were with.
Correct.
You never saw him walk in the door, did you?
I don't remember.
You don't remember seeing him actually enter the house, correct?
Correct.
But during the night, you actually sat right next to Colin Albert at the table, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And with regard to Colin Albert, I believe you testified, you really wouldn't say he's a friend of yours, right?
That's correct.
He was more of an acquaintance, was he not?
That's correct.
Somebody that you met, but you didn't hang around with, right?
Yes.
You have never been in a hot tub with Colin Albert, correct?
Not that I know of. No.
You never took a trip to Maine with Colin Albert, right?
Objection.
No.
Sustain.
Because going away on a road trip, that'd be something that you do with a friend, right?
Objection.
Sustain.
Okay. And with regard to those 4 friends of Brian Jr. who arrived, your best estimate is that they came sometime between 11 p.m. and 12 a.m., right?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. I'm talking about Courtney Albert, Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, and Mary Kent. Strike that. You know what? Let me withdraw that question and rephrase it. They left sometime between 11 p.m. and 12 a.m.
Correct.
And you can't be sure precisely when they left because, again, you weren't watching the clock to make note of when people made their exits, correct?
I know they left before it was Brian Jr.'s birthday on the 29th, so I know it was before midnight, but other than that, no.
Right. And that's like an hour span of time that they could have left within, correct?
Correct.
You never saw Colin Albert physically walk out the door, did you?
I don't remember.
Ooh.
And then at some point before midnight, Brian Albert Sr., Brian Higgins, Nicole Albert, Jennifer McCabe, and Caitlin Albert all arrived at the Albert home, correct?
Yes, I don't know if you said Matt McCabe, but
And
yes.
Matt McCabe as well.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert arrived at about the same time?
Yes.
And then Caitlin Albert, Jennifer and Matt McCabe, and Nicole Albert all came back around the same time.
Correct.
Now, from that point until the time that you left around, and that was around 2 a.m., right? Give or take?
Correct.
From that point until around 2 a.m., the only person who left the house was your friend Julie Nick, right?
Correct.
Your understanding was that she went outside to talk to her brother, Ryan Nick, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And in addition to not remembering seeing Colin Albert leave, you also did not see Brian Higgins physically leave, correct?
I don't remember.
And you also don't remember seeing Caitlin Albert leave, correct?
No, I don't remember.
You would agree with me that throughout the night while you were at the house, Caitlin Albert was playing music on her phone?
Yes.
There were surround sound speakers set up in the kitchen dining room area?
I don't remember that.
There were speakers though, correct?
Possibly.
So
I don't remember.
your memory is not that Caitlin Albert had a song or songs playing on her small iPhone, was it?
No, it was on a speaker. I'm just not sure if it was surround sound or a Bluetooth speaker like it was previously in the night.
All right, fair enough.
Oh, okay.
People were singing and dancing, right?
Correct.
Pretty much everybody was singing, correct?
Correct.
People were talking.
Correct.
Everybody appeared to be in a good mood and having a good time.
Yes.
And with the music, the singing, the dancing, the talking, the drinking, there was a lot of activity going on in the kitchen dining room area, correct?
Yes.
There was plenty of, to pay attention to with regard to the people that were in that area, right?
Yes.
Brian Jr. was in the kitchen essentially the whole night.
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe was charging her phone on the kitchen island at one point.
Behind it, but yes.
Did she
Ooh.
pick up her phone in your presence? To make
Behind the
any
kitchen
calls
island.
or text
Like I said,
anybody?
yes.
She picked up her phone. I'm not sure what she did with it.
But in any case, you'd agree with me, it was noisy in the kitchen.
Yes.
And the kitchen's in the back of the house.
That's the sink.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, you had seen the Albert family dog, the German Shepherd, Chloe, prior to that day, correct?
Yes.
And Chloe was not a very outgoing dog around people, correct?
Correct.
In fact, your impression was that she was a former police dog, correct?
Possibly.
Right or wrong?
Maybe. I don't know.
While you were in the kitchen with all of the singing and dancing and talking and music going on, you did not hear Chloe bark, correct?
Correct.
You did not hear
Ooh.
Chloe growl, correct?
Correct. Not that I remember.
You did not hear somebody get hit in the back of the head with anything, correct?
Objection.
Go ahead, you can answer that.
Correct.
And while you were there sitting, you could not hear what, if anything, was going on in the basement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. You were catching a ride home with the McCabe's ultimately, correct?
Correct.
At that time, you believed that you, Julie Nagel, Jennifer McCabe, and Matt McCabe were the last to leave 34 Fairview.
Correct.
So at that time, you believed that Brian Higgins and Caitlin Albert had left before you, correct?
I believe so.
But you didn't see Brian Higgins or Caitlin Albert physically walk out the door. At least you have no memory, correct?
Correct.
It is.
And when you left, you didn't check every room in the house to see who was still there, correct?
Oh,
Correct.
Caitlin Albert just got fucking
You
owned.
never went down to the basement that night.
Oh.
That's correct.
And when you left 34 Fairview, the snow was starting to stick to the ground at around 2 a.m.,
That's correct.
but there weren't mounds of snow or snowbanks that had formed, correct?
Correct.
And when you left the home, you could still see part of the red brick of the walkway that leads to the driveway, correct?
Correct.
And when you got to the driveway, you could still see part of the color of the pavement, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you could still see some grass on the front lawn at 2 a.m., right?
I don't remember, but
If I may have a moment.
Yes.
You testified at a hearing on May 11th of 2023, so just about a year ago, in Boston, correct?
correct.
And neither the prosecution in this case, Mr. Lally and Ms. McLaughlin, or any of the defense team was there, correct?
Correct.
Some other lawyer was asking you questions, right?
Objection.
Sustained, move along with this.
Sure. You were asked the question, quote, could you see the grass sort of on the lawn? That was when you were leaving. And your answer was yes. Do you recall that question and answer?
I don't recall that.
If I suggested to you that that was the question and answer, would you dispute it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is your memory exhausted as to whether there was that question of you and that answer given?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Do you not remember whether you were asked that question that I just read and the answer that you just gave?
I don't remember.
Okay. If you saw that transcript, would that refresh your memory?
Possibly.
Page 187, counsel. May I approach?
Was there an objection? No? Yes, you may.
Thank you. Actually, I'm sorry.
Was there an
I just handed it to you and
objection?
then took it away. I'm sorry about that. Lines 10 and 11, I would direct your attention. And just read it silently to yourself, please, and look up at me when you're done.
Grand jury
I may
testimony.
approach to grab that. Having reviewed that transcript, does that refresh your memory as to what you testified to a year ago?
Yes.
And was that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
With the word being sort of.
Yeah, well, I believe I read,
Yes.
question.
I'm just clarifying. Yeah.
but I did read it accurately. right?
Correct.
Oh, titties.
Okay. Where was the McCabe's car parked?
Here we go.
In the driveway.
What other cars did you see in the driveway at that time?
I believe the by Albert family, I mean the ones that owned that house.
The parents.
Yes, correct. Their cars.
Do you know how many?
2.
And
Possibly.
where were those two cars parked? Were there, strike that. Were there two lanes in the driveway where cars could park?
Yes.
And which lane, to the left or the right, were the Albert cars? Or maybe they were in both?
I believe both.
Both.
Closest to the garage.
Okay, so they were pulled up closest to the entrance of the garage.
Correct.
In tandem, right next to each other.
Oh my God.
Correct.
All right. And where was the McCabe's car behind? Which car?
If you're looking at the house,
Okay.
the lane to the left, I believe.
Okay. Now, when you first walked out of the Albert home, you'd agree with me that the front lawn was right in front of you, correct?
Yes.
There were no obstructions blocking your view of that front lawn,
No.
and there were lights on next to the Albert home front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And there was also a lamppost where the front walkway is, correct?
Correct.
And between the two garage doors, there's also a spotlight, is there not?
Correct.
And you would testify that snow had started to accumulate, right?
Correct.
And against that white snow, did you see a black baseball cap?
No.
Did you see a black sneaker?
No.
Did you see a 6'2", 220-pound man sprawled out right in front of you on that lawn?
No.
Did you see 45 pieces of red plastic?
No.
One piece of red plastic?
No.
So you saw nothing unusual on that front lawn as you walked out of that house, correct?
That's correct.
Where was Brian Jr.'s
As Jennifer
car?
McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Julie Nagel were walking toward the McCabe car, none of them pointed to the front lawn to direct your attention to anything, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you would testify that Matt McCabe forgot something and had to go back in the house, correct?
Correct.
Which means he actually came out of the house twice that night, correct?
Correct.
And the second time he came out, he still would have been facing that front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And the second time that Matt McCabe came out, he didn't point at anything in the front lawn, correct?
That's correct.
And then the four of you were in the McCabe car, right?
Yes.
Matt McCabe was driving.
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe was in the front passenger seat next to him.
Yes.
Julie Nagel was seated behind the driver, behind Matt McCabe, right?
Yes.
And you were seated in the second row passenger seat to the right,
Yes.
behind where Jennifer McCabe was sitting.
Yes.
And the car backed out of the driveway, correct?
Yep.
And the rear of the car was then facing towards Cedar Crest.
Correct.
And the front of the car, where you were going to drive toward, would be toward Chapman Street, correct?
That's correct.
Which would have put you driving right past the Albert property line, correct?
Yes. Correct.
And you were closer to that property line than Julie Nagel was, correct?
That's correct.
As you drove past?
Yes.
And as you drove past that front lawn, you saw nothing out of the ordinary, right?
I wasn't looking, but yes.
Okay. And we had previously talked about the fact that you were first interviewed by investigators on October 21st of 2022, right?
Correct.
And the investigator that spoke to you about 9 months after January 29th of 2022, you will agree with me, was Michael Proctor, correct?
That's correct.
And almost a year after that, you were visited by 2 female members of the defense team, were you not?
Objection.
Oh,
My home was.
Do you recognize Ms. Little seated at council table as being one of those 2 females?
Holy
I'm gonna
shit!
see it, Tyler.
Holy shit! Little went and visited her. God, Liza, I love it. This is wild. This is absolute pandemonium. Holy balls. This is amazing.
Is it fair to say, Ms. Levinson, that you decided not to speak to anybody from the defense team?
That is correct.
And you hadn't before you and I just started this discussion, correct?
That is correct.
Nothing further, thank you, Ron.
all right, Mr. Lally.
Lally.
Ms. Levinson, with regard to the basement at 34 Fairview, when was the last time that you were in the basement area of the home?
Early college. So 2017, maybe.
That period of time that you were talking about where Ms. McCabe had her phone on the charger and was coming over to check on it, do you recall whether or not Colin Albert was still in the house at that point?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe he was, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, you come out of the house, you were asking questions about the lawn. The portion of the front lawn that you are talking about, as far as you observed, where is that in relation to the driveway?
To the, well, if you're,
Let me ask it a different way. So as far as,
Okay.
with respect to the front lawn area of the home, what part of the lawn did you make any observations of, or did you look at or see it when you were walking from the doorway to the vehicle?
when I walked out of the front door, I went down the steps of the stoop and I looked in front of me, like down, not straight. So it would be the grass that borders the front walkway.
So you weren't looking at sort of the entirety of the front lawn, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you spoke with Trooper Proctor, was he the only trooper there, or the only state police officer there when you spoke with him?
No.
Do you recall who the other trooper was?
I don't remember the name specifically. It was not like a common last name, though. I know that.
And as far as defense investigators or anybody else coming to your house, you chose not to speak with them, is that correct?
Correct. I was not home when what Mr. Ionetti was talking about. My parents were home, but out of respect, I contacted the defense to tell them the next day, I believe, that I had nothing to have a conversation with them about.
Why not?
I know that legally I didn't have to, and I didn't have anything to say.
Nothing further.
All right, you are all set, Ms. Lawrence.
Okay, thank you.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Ms. Julie Nagel to the stand.
Oh, honey, but you said enough today, so thank you so much. You guys, they were not sitting at the front window. Now I know what she's talking about. She was not sitting at the front window. Or she's reaching over because she says about the cabinets, about where the phone was plugged in. She just blew up her own story. Frumpy's gonna go get fucked, so maybe she'll be happier.
Main stand, face the front. Raise your right hand. Please do solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case down here to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Alrighty.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
How you doing?
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Yep, it's Juliana Nagel, Nagel,
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
My whole life.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
I live with my parents and my brothers, but mostly now just my parents.
And how many brothers?
I have 2 older brothers.
And what are their names and sort of how much older than you are they?
My oldest brother Ryan is 31, and then my other brother Sam is 27.
And do you work now?
I do. I work for a car rental agency.
How long have you been doing
A little over a year and a half.
that? Now, ma'am, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into the early morning of the 20th. Do you recall where you were that evening?
I do.
And where did you go?
To my friend Brian Albert's house.
And your friend, that's a Brian Albert Jr., is that correct?
Yes, Junior. Yep.
And how is it that you know Brian Albert Jr.?
We went to school together, high school. So I've known him for quite some time.
And was Brian Albert Jr., was he in the same grade or the same class as you? Or-
He was a year below me.
And do you recall about what time it was that you went over to his house the evening of the 20th?
I'm not sure exactly, but I would say probably around like 6.
And do you recall what day of the week that was, the 28th and the 29th?
I believe a Friday.
For Friday and Saturday, is that correct?
Mhm.
And how did you get?
Yes.
How did you get to Mr. Albert Jr.'s house that night?
My dad drove me.
And who, if anyone else, did your dad give a ride to one?
My friend Sarah Levinson.
How long have you known Sarah Levinson?
Since middle school, I would say.
And you're familiar with Mr. Albert Jr.'s house at 34 Fairview Road?
Correct, yes.
And have you been there on occasion over the course of your friendship?
Yes.
Now, what was, as far as your understanding, what was sort of the plan for that evening?
Just hang out, have some drinks for my friend Brian's birthday. Just together and hang out.
And when you arrived there, who, if anyone, in addition to yourself, Ms. Levinson, and Brian Albert Jr. were present at the home at that time?
From what I can recall, I just remember Brian Jr. Yep.
And at some point, did some other people
What?
come and join the group of the 3 of you at the home?
Yes.
And when about was that in relation to when you and Sarah met?
I can't remember. I don't recall the time frame.
Sometime after though?
Yes. Yep.
Was it that came to join the group at some point?
It was me, Brian Jr., Sarah Levinson, Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, Mary Kent, Courtney Elba, Colin Albert,
And then that's what I can remember from then in the early part of the night.
And so with respect to Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Kent, Ms. Alba, and was Ms. Duty as well, is that correct?
Correct.
How did you know them?
Through Brian Jr.
Are
Yep.
they in the same grade or class as you and Ms. Levinson?
In Brian's class.
Class below you?
Correct. Yep.
And so fair to say that you were closer friends with Brian Albert Jr. and Ms. Levinson than the other four girls?
Correct. Yes.
You mentioned, as far as those four individuals, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Kent, Ms. Judy, and Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Judy, and Ms. Alba. Did they come together as far as you know?
I don't remember. I'm not sure.
And do you have any idea how they got there?
No, I do not.
Now, with reference to, you mentioned Colin, correct?
Mhm.
And how do you know?
So
Um,
on the mhms, they have to be yes or no.
Okay, got it.
So what was that answer?
Do you mind repeating the question? Thank you.
So with reference to Colin Albert, did you know Colin Albert prior to that evening as well?
Yes,
And how did you know Colin?
through Brian Jr.
And what, if anything, did you know about the relationship between Colin Albert and Brian Albert?
They're cousins.
And about how old was Colin Albert around this time frame of January 28, 2020?
I'm not quite sure. I don't know.
You know whether or not he was in high school or college or something else?
High school.
And when was it that he arrived in relation to the four young ladies that you were talking about?
I don't remember. A little bit after though.
Okay, so at some point in time after they had arrived.
Yes,
And they had arrived after you, is that correct?
correct. Yep.
And over the course of the evening within the Albert house, where is it sort of within the home that you and sort of the group were congregating?
We were mostly in the dining room area with the kitchen. It's like an open floor plan a little bit.
And do you recall what specifically, or generally speaking, what you were doing while you were hanging out and celebrating Brian Jr.'s birthday?
We got some food ordered from D&E. Just hanging out, drinking. That's mostly, that was it.
Was that
Do you
delivered?
recall any music playing or anything like that?
Yes.
And how was that sort of set up, or what was it?
Yeah, I can mostly remember it being set up from the overhead speakers in like in the kitchen, like in the ceiling.
And was that being played through somebody else's like phone or device or something like that?
Yes.
And do you recall who was sort of in control or who was controlling the music?
I believe it was Caitlin Albert.
And so prior to, at this point in time that you're talking about,
Mhm.
sort of the initial with, was Caitlin there at that point?
Yes, she was.
I'm sorry, during the point in time when it was yourself and Ms. Levinson, the other four young women that you were talking about, and Colin Albert, was Caitlin Albert there at that point, if you recall?
Not at that point, no.
So that's what my question was.
Okay.
In relation to that time, who, if anyone, was
I-
in charge?
Okay. No, not at that time. I don't remember.
Now, with respect to, now, obviously you were there and you were drinking, people were drinking, correct?
Yep.
Do you recall sort of what people were drinking?
I know at the time I was drinking Michelob Ultras, but mostly just White Claws, beers, from what I can remember.
And was anyone within this sort of initial group that we're talking about here drinking any more or less than anybody else?
I don't believe so, no.
And during this sort of initial period with these initial people, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor within?
Yeah, everyone was having a good time. It was Brian's birthday, so, we were there just to have fun.
And at any point in time with this sort of initial group, did you see anybody go to any other area of the house beyond sort of the kitchen, dining room area?
No.
Now, at some point, did members of this sort of initial group, did they leave the house at some point over the course of the evening?
Yes.
And who left first and as,
Um,
you know, who left first and about what?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly who left at what point, but I know that Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, Mary, Ken, and Courtney Alba left. I would say, and Colin left like before midnight.
And did they all leave around the same time, or did they leave?
Left
staggered?
before
I would
midnight.
say staggered times.
That's awesome.
Now, with reference to Colin Albert, do you know about what time he left?
I would probably say 11:30, 11:45.
And do you have any idea sort of how Colin, similar to what I asked about the other
Mhm.
young ladies, do you have any recollection as far as how he got there or how he left or anything like that?
I'm not quite sure. No.
But do you recall specifically seeing him leave from the house?
Yes.
And which door would he have left?
I'm not sure exactly what door, but I know someone did pick him up, but I'm not sure who did. So
And so when it comes to the front door of Fairview Road, there's two doors in the front area of the house.
yes,
And as far as with respect to either of those two doors, you don't remember him leaving from some other door to the house, correct?
correct.
So if he left, or when he left, it would have been from one of those two front doors.
Yes.
Now, at some point, at least after Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Duty, and Ms. Alba left, did people that lived at the house or other people sort of come back to the house?
Yes.
And about what time was that?
I'm not too sure, but I would say a little after midnight.
And who were the first people sort of to arrive in this, we'll call them sort of the second?
I don't remember who came, like who was first, who was second, like that, but I know who came, but I don't know what order.
And who were the people that came?
Yeah, so it was Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Brian Jr.'s parents, Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Higgins, and that's it. And Caitlin Albert, sorry.
And so when they came back, as far as the other four young women that you were talking about, they had already left, is that correct?
Yes,
And Colin Albert, was he still there when those people came back?
he left as well.
And so Brian Albert Sr. and Nicole Albert, those are Brian Albert Jr.'s parents.
Correct, yes.
You were familiar with them, obviously, prior to January 28th.
Yes,
And you mentioned Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, is that correct?
yes,
And were you familiar with them prior to January?
yes.
And how are you familiar with them?
I'm through Brian Jr., just hanging out with them a few times, so just know them through the family.
And so through the family, well, my next question is, what, if any, relationship did they have to your friend Brian Albert Jr. that you?
They are his aunt and uncle.
And then with respect to Brian Hayes, is that someone that you knew prior to January 20th?
I did not know.
You met him the first time that night at the Fairview.
Correct, yes.
And when they came into the house, this sort of second group, where was it that they went and sort of congregated around the house?
Yeah, we all were still in the same room in the family area. The floor plan, which was the kitchen and the dining room area. Yeah.
At any point in time, well, let me ask you this, they come sometime shortly around or after midnight, is that fair to say?
Yes.
About how long after they arrived, or about what time was it that you left the house for the?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
At some point, you went home that night?
Yes.
What time was it?
I would say give or take like 1:45.
And so between the time that they came back to the house around 12:15 or so,
Mhm.
Between that and 1:45, how would you describe sort of the mood and the demeanor in the house at that point?
It was still all the same. Everyone was having fun, hanging out.
Music still playing, people drinking, having a good time?
Yes.
And over the course of this time, as far as the group that you talked about that was in the kitchen and dining room area, did you see any of those people go anywhere else?
I mean, to the bathroom, but I know at one point Mr. Albert, Brian's Jr.'s dad, took upstairs to let the dog out back, but he just opened the back door and watched him from the door and brought him right back upstairs. So
She thinks the dog's a
that was the
boy.
only time he like went upstairs, but
And as far as the kitchen dining room area, do you
Mhm.
recall sort of how people were situated around that area during the time that the second group was there?
yeah, we were all sitting in like the kitchen table. It's like a square table, so we're all just hanging out around there. Some at like the island in the kitchen, but mostly all just there together.
Can you recall specifically, I know
The-
we're talking. over
The
years,
island is nowhere
where
near
you were
the window.
In that area around the table.
I don't know.
You recall where you were?
I was sitting like in the corner so I could see like the island, the kitchen table, like the front door and like the windows, I guess. Yeah.
Where you were seated around the table, could you see the front door?
Yes.
And so beyond the people that you've already
Wow.
talked about being in that kitchen dining room area in that section too,
Mhm.
did anybody else come into the house that night while you were there?
No.
And at the time on January 28, 2022, were you familiar with either a person named John O'Keefe or a person named Karen?
No.
And at any point in time, not knowing them, did you see anybody else come into the house while you were there between that 12 to 12:15 and 1:45?
No one else came in. No.
Now, do you recall who was sort of around you, where you were at the table? Immediately around you.
I would say Jennifer McCabe, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin. I can remember like sitting at the table like with me.
Now, at some point in the evening, let me
Where
ask
was
you this,
Brian
when-
Albert Jr.?
What, if any, sort of plans did you have as far as how you were getting home?
Yeah, I did text my brother to see if he could pick me up on his way home with his friend, on their way home to come pick me up, which they did.
Which of your two brothers was that?
My brother Ryan.
So you texted Ryan to see if he could come pick you up?
Yep.
And did you have to give him an address or anything like that, or how did you explain to him where you were?
I just said I was at Brian Jr.'s house, if he could pick me up.
And is that somewhere that your brother had picked you up from on prior occasions?
Yes.
And about what time, if you know, did you send that text to your brother about getting picked up?
I'd probably say a little after, probably like 15 minutes after midnight. Yep.
And as far as the other people in that second group that you were talking about,
Mhm.
did you reach out for Ryan to get picked up? Were those other people there?
Yes.
And you indicated that your brother then came to the house at some point?
Yes, he did.
And about how long after you texted him did he arrive, if you know?
I'm not quite sure.
And when he arrived, did he come into the house or did he reach out to you in any way to let him know?
He just texted, oh, sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Did he reach out to you at any point to let you know that he was?
Yes, he did text me saying that he was outside.
And upon receiving that text, where did you go?
I went out through the front door.
Now, before you went out through the front door, what, if any, conversation, well, let me strike that as far as conversation, but who, if anyone, did you speak to about the fact that your brother was outside of the house?
Yeah, I just mentioned saying my brother's outside. I do remember someone or a few,
I want to hear the answer first.
just a few people saying, oh, just have your brother come in. So I went outside and it was my brother in the passenger seat, his friend Ricky, and then his ex-girlfriend Heather. I asked them if they wanted to come in. They said no.
I'm going to let that stand, but next question.
So you go outside to where your brother was, right?
Yes,
And you recall which of the two front doors you used to go outside?
I used the front door.
Front door is the one with the brick steps, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
You come down the brick steps, go down the walkway. Do you recall how you came down to where your brother was?
I walked down the steps through the little path and then down the driveway. And they were parked right in front of the driveway.
So they were parked right at the end of the driveway?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle was this that you came up to?
It was Ricky's pickup truck, a Ford F-150.
And you mentioned that there were 3 people in the truck, is that correct?
Yes.
Where were they seated within the truck when you got?
Ricky was driving his truck. Ryan was in the passenger seat, and then Heather was in the back seat.
You mentioned that Heather is Ryan's ex-girlfriend, is that correct?
Correct.
Were they dating at this time?
At that time, yes.
Now, with regard to Ricky is someone who's a close friend of your brother, is that correct?
Yes.
You know him pretty well?
Yep.
And so you get to the truck, do you recall how it was that you were speaking to your brother Ryan? Was it sort of through an open window? Did you open the door, or how were you communicating?
He rolled down his window.
And when you came out to the truck at the end of the driveway, what, if any, other vehicles did you see in the area of the house on Fifth?
Well, before when I went outside, I did notice another vehicle before my brother pulled up.
Wait, before you
So
went
had
outside, she
gone
went outside twice.
Before your brother had, or Ricky had fully sort of parked the truck?
No, he was like fully outside already, and then I went out, and it was just Ricky's truck.
And so at
Just-
some point later, there was another vehicle that came up?
Prior.
Right.
Correct.
And can you describe that vehicle for the jury, sort of what did it look
Wait,
like? What kind of
wait, what?
Yeah, it was a black SUV.
And had you ever seen that vehicle before?
No.
Oh my God, this is
And,
new.
You go up to the truck and you're talking to your brother, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, about how long a period of time were you talking with your brother next?
I would say maybe 3 minutes max, not even.
And did you invite your brother and his friends inside the house?
Yes.
How did they respond?
They said, no, we just want to go home. And then I was like, I'll find out another ride home.
And so
Oh,
that brings
I'll
me
find
to my
another
next
ride
question as
home.
far as
Oh my God, this is new
arrangements for
too.
you coming home, was there any, prior to you coming out of the house, was there any talk or discussion about how you would get home if you didn't go home?
Yeah, Matt McCabe and Jennifer did offer to drive me home if I didn't want to go home with my brother. So I just stayed and then took their offer.
So you decided you wanted to stay and took them up on their own.
Correct. Yes.
And in addition to yourself, who if anyone else went home from the residence on Fairview with the McCabe's?
It was me and Sarah Levinson.
Now, if I could bring you back to that period of time when you're outside, the vehicle that you were talking about, where is that in relation to the pickup truck that Ricky saw?
Well, it was like the SUV wasn't there when my brother was there. It was like before. Like when I was inside, I noticed it.
And so at the time that you were talking to your brother in the pickup truck, was the SUV still there?
I don't believe so, no.
And so where was that SUV parked in relation to where the truck was?
So when I noticed looking out the window, I did notice the SUV in front of the mailbox, and then pulled up a little bit in front of the yard, and then stopped, and then pulled up again towards the flagpole.
So you saw it in sort of 3 different locations at the time that you were seeing it?
Correct, yes.
And again, where were you in relation to the vehicle at the time that you made these observations?
I was inside at the dining room table, looking out the window.
And at any point in time, did you see anybody come out of that?
I did not know.
And at any point in time, did you see any sort of, well, when you came out initially to, or when you were looking out and when you came out, do you recall anything about the weather and sort of what it was doing at that point?
It was, I would say like flakes of snow, a little dust on the ground.
And so from the dust on the ground, from either the SUV or the pickup truck that Ricky was driving, did you see any sort of like imprints in the snow from tires or anything like that?
I don't recall.
You don't recall if there was that much snow or what it was?
Correct.
And as far as anywhere in and around where you had seen the SUV at either of the 3 spots that you saw it, did you see any sort of like footprints in the snow or on the ground or anything like that? And did you see inside of the vehicle, see anybody inside at any point in time?
No.
And you never saw anybody get out of that vehicle at any of the 3 different points where you saw it parked, correct?
I did not know.
When you saw the vehicle parked at those 3 sort of separate different locations, was the vehicle on? Was it running, if you could tell?
I'm not sure. No.
This is unbelievable.
May I approach?
Yes.
She was hammered that night. If this is her testimony, she's hammered. Her brother's testimony is that the SUV was there and that drove past and saw.
Ms. Nagel, I'm going to direct your attention to what's previously marked as Exhibit 71, 72, and 73.
Okay.
Right now, I'm just going to ask you to take a look at those and look up when you're finished. And at some point, I may ask you to use this, which is the laser pointer, press on that button.
Holy shit! Here we go. She's gonna
First, we
show
just look at
everything.
71, 72, and 73.
71, 72, 73. Okay. Your jaded, shitty ass pictures here. This is unbelievable. So they lied. It would be lies to the grand jury.
All set.
Generally, with respect to those three photographs, do you recognize what's depicted in them?
Yes.
What do you recognize?
That it's my friend Brian Albert Jr.'s house.
Is that roughly what the house looked like at the time of January 28th, 29th, 2022?
Correct, yes.
If I could ask you to flip just back to the first one that I showed you, Exhibit 71. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish that to the jury at this time?
Okay.
This is wild. Here we go. Exhibit 71. Let's see if it's the shitty. Okay, here we go.
And so, Ms. Nagel, directing your attention up to the screen above you, sorry, to your right. This is what you have before you as Exhibit 71, is that correct?
Yes.
You could, using the laser pointer that's on the desk in front of you, if you could direct the jury's attention to the door that you were talking about that you came out in order to come down and talk to Brother Long.
Yes. That one right there.
Now, with respect to Richard's truck, when you came out to speak with your brother Ryan, where was the truck parked?
The truck was parked right here.
And with respect to that vehicle, the black SUV, where that vehicle was initially when you saw it, is that visible in this photograph?
Yes.
And if you could direct the jury's attention to where that. Okay. If I could draw your attention to the next executive session to flip to Exhibit 72, and Ms. Gilman, if I can have that on. Again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 72?
Yes.
Now, the second position that you indicated you observed that black SUV in with relation to the house, if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention where that would be in this photograph.
Objection sidebar, Your Honor.
All right.
Yeah, we want to
Feel free to stand up.
We want to rephrase the question. The reason being is that you're confusing the jury here when you're saying, can you, like, that question isn't, when she went out there to visit her brother at the car, she testified just 2 or 3 minutes before that, the SUV was not out there when she went to her brother's car. Okay. So what you're doing with this line of questioning here is you're making it all seem like it's all happening at the same time. All right. So no, you're going to want to specify that when you, so this was before your brother ever got there, where did you see the SUV? But this is the best part. How in the world did you ever see this, right? Check this out. How in the world did you ever see this from sitting when you were inside? So what time did your brother come there? Okay, so was this when everybody was coming and going? Or, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, if people are leaving, people are coming, you just happen to see during all this commotion, just there was a black SUV there. Yep, I noticed that it was there when everybody came. And then I noticed that it had moved up. And then I had noticed that it moved up again. Excuse me? So how much time, like, were you sitting, did this all happen over the course of 1 minute, 2 minutes? You were just staring out the window? I thought you were dancing and then think about this. You're at the island. You're not even by the table that's at the window.
So again, Ms. Nagel, directing your attention up to what's up on the screen is Exhibit 72. You indicated in your testimony that you saw the vehicle from inside the house at 3 different points, correct?
Yes.
You've indicated the first point in the last photograph is the second point that you saw the vehicle in. Is that depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
You could, using the laser pointer, just direct your attention to that second point was that you saw. If I could ask you just to flip to the next exhibit, number 73. Just come on, if I can have that up. And Ms. Nagel, with regard to the third point, or the third different location that you observed that black SUV on that morning, is that visible in this photograph?
Yes.
And again, using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention where you observed it at the third point that you observed the black SUV. Thank you.
Here we go. Let's see what's
That's
in
all of this, Ms. Gilman, you can take it.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Nagel, you speak with your brother outside, and then at some point, after a couple of minutes, come back inside, is that correct?
Yes.
And the people that you had mentioned that were in the kitchen and dining room area, were they still in that area?
Yes.
And at some point over the course of the evening, things eventually start to wind down and people are leaving the house, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you recall what order it was that people left the house on that week?
I'm not quite too sure. No.
And with respect to yourself, you indicated that you left with Ms. Levinson and the McCabe, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall who, if anyone else, was present in the home when you left?
I'm not sure. No.
And so when you left, how was it that you came out of the residence at that point?
Out the front door.
Same front door that you had indicated earlier.
Yes.
So let's move on with which door, please. Go ahead.
You come out from that door, where was it that you?
Went into Matt and Jennifer's car.
Do you recall anything about the car, what type of car it was, or?
It was an SUV, but I don't know what kind it was.
And where was that vehicle parked when you went over to?
I was in the driveway.
And do you recall sort of how you came from the front door to the driveway?
Just walked on through the path of the pathway in the front yard and then out the door.
So sort of along the brick path through the driveway to the car.
Yes.
Recall when you got in the car, where it was you were seated or where anyone else was seated in the car?
Yeah, it was Matt driving, Jennifer in the front, and then me behind Matt, and then Sarah next to me in the back behind Jen.
Now, after you get in the car, about how long was it before the car backs out of the driveway?
I'm not quite too sure.
And what, if any, conversations do you recall as far as going on during that period of time prior to the car backing out and going?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Now, when the vehicle leaves from the house, at some point it's going by the house, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall which side of the McCabe's vehicle was facing towards the house? And by that, I mean, was it the side you were sitting on or the side that Ms. Levinson was?
The side that Sarah was sitting on.
And that would have been the passenger side, is that correct?
Yes.
And at the time that the vehicle was driving by the house, what is it that you were doing at that time?
We were having a conversation. So Jen was kind of facing towards the back, towards me and Sarah. We were talking about making PB and jelly sandwiches because there was some peanut butter and jelly and bread in the car. So talking about that. But yeah.
And so when Ms. McCabe she's in the front seat, is that right?
Yes.
And she's talking to you and Ms. Levinson, correct?
Yes.
And how is it that she's positioned, talking to you with relation to the seat that she's in?
Yeah, I would say she was kind of turned back a little bit towards us in the back seat.
And what I'm asking is, she turned towards sort of the center of the vehicle, or she turned towards the window next?
Towards the center of the vehicle.
And you're speaking to her and to Ms. Levinson, correct?
Yes.
Which direction are you facing?
Facing towards Sarah and Jen.
And which direction is Sarah facing as you're having this conversation?
Towards me.
And as you drive by home, what, if anything, did you observe?
I did notice behind Sarah and Jen, I did notice something out of the ordinary, like a black blob in the ground by the flagpole.
And from where you were situated in the car, do you know sort of what was the lighting like over in that area of the yard that you saw by the flag?
It was pretty dark out, but the snow was kind of heavy at that point, so couldn't really see too much. But
So the snow's coming down at that point?
yes.
And if you know about where in relation to the flagpole was this black object that you saw?
I'd probably say like close to like the street, but like in their lawn, right kind of in front of the flagpole next to it.
Now, I'm sorry to do this again, but Ms. Gilman, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would just ask that exhibit number 72 be back up on the screen.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I should actually ask for exhibit number 73. Now, Ms. Nagel, if I could ask, the area where you saw this black object, can you see that area quickly in this photograph?
Yes.
If you could, using the laser pointer, direct jury's attention to where, as specific as you can be, where you observed this. Now, as the vehicle is going by the house, as you make that observation, what, if anything, did you say in the backseat of the car?
I did say out loud. I was like, I think I might have saw something. I'm not kind of sure what it was, but I was also intoxicated drinking, so didn't really know what I saw. But Sarah was like, "What, Julie?" And I was like, "I don't know what it was," and then that was kind of really it.
And that was sort of the end of the conversation in reference. to that.
Sarah
Is that correct?
Levinson just
Correct,
testified, didn't say anything like this. Sarah Levinson was just on the stand. Sarah Levinson was just on the stand, didn't say anything like this. Here we go. The black blob? Yes. Oh yeah. That was in her report. I knew this was coming. That's the part that's better is that when she went outside, she said that her brother, that the SUV wasn't there. This is amazing.
Ms. Nagel, if I could ask one more question. With regard to the object that you saw in that area, the flagpole, can you describe how big an object it was that you saw?
I'd probably say like 5 or 6 feet, like long, but
And at the time that you're driving by at that point, could you tell what it was?
not quite sure. No, it was
Oh.
just too quick to tell.
Julie. Oh, Julie.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Trustee Nettie?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Nagel.
Good afternoon.
On January 28th of 2022, you got to 34 Fairview Road at about 6 or 7 p.m.,
Correct.
and you didn't leave until 1:30 or 2 a.m., correct?
1:45 around there. Yeah.
Okay. So you were there approximately 8 hours?
I'm not really sure about the math, but I guess so.
A lot of hours.
Yep.
Other than the people who lived at the home and slept there, you were one of the ones to spend the most time there that night, correct?
I'm not sure.
You got there early. You got there early, correct?
Yes.
And you left late, correct?
Yeah.
And you were inside almost the entire time, correct?
Yes.
So you came in contact with just about everybody who came into that house, correct?
Yes.
And you know that everyone who was in the house that night is a witness in this case, correct?
Yes.
The only time you went outside before you left was when your brother Ryan arrived, correct?
Yes.
And even when you went outside, you stayed on the Albert property, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And you had some contact with your brother out there, correct?
Yes.
And you know that he's a witness in this case as well, correct?
I do. Yes.
And despite having contact with all of these witnesses in this case, Trooper Proctor didn't talk to you on January 29th, did he?
No.
Or the rest of January or the whole month of February, correct?
Here it is.
Correct.
Haha.
Interview you about these statements that you're making today until October of 2022, correct?
If that's what it says on paper, yeah.
October 5 of 2022, does that sound right?
I don't know.
It was many months after January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Over 8 months after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
If that was the time frame, yes.
And
No.
when he spoke to you on October 5, Trooper Proctor asked you for the first time to remember the details from 8 months before that, correct?
If that was the time frame, yes.
And you are good friends with Sarah Levinson, correct?
Yes.
Certainly over the last, 2+ years, the two of you have discussed what happened on January 28th and 29th, correct?
Yeah.
And you know that Michael Proctor only interviewed you after the defense in this case filed a motion to get Sarah Levinson's name from the DA's office.
Objection, Your
correct?
Honor.
The objection sustained. Next question.
So you've known Brian Jr. since your sophomore or junior year, correct?
Yes.
And you actually graduated Canton High School in 2016, correct?
Correct.
But you've known him since 2014 or 15,
Yes.
9 or 10 years?
Yep.
He's a good friend.
Yes.
He's a close friend of yours, correct?
Yes.
And on January 28th of 2022, you were one of a select group of his friends who went to his house to celebrate his birthday the following night, right?
Yes.
And you don't go to somebody's house whom you graduated high school with 10 years previously to celebrate their birthday if they're just an acquaintance, correct?
Objection.
I don't know.
I'll let the answers stand.
When you got there, other than Sarah Levinson and yourself, everyone at the house was a member of the Albert family, correct?
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Sure. You and Sarah Levinson are not actually Alberts, correct?
Correct. Yes.
But everybody else at the house was when you got there.
No.
You named Brian Albert Jr., correct?
Hmm. Yes.
Julie Albert,
I did not know.
Nicole Albert,
I did. Yes.
Caitlin Albert,
Yes.
Brian Albert Sr. might have been there.
Yes.
And you knew the Alberts well enough to know the names that we just discussed, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to that, the
Wait.
McCabe's were related to the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And you knew Jennifer and Matt McCabe before that night, right?
I'm sorry. Can you?
Yes. Before January 28th of 2022, you knew Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
Yes.
You had been to their home before,
Who's home?
the McCabe's home.
I don't recall.
You'd driven their daughters around, correct?
I have. Yes.
And you had actually pet sat for the McCabe's golden doodle, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Their home.
Hmm. Yes.
And so the answer to my previous question is certainly you've been to their home, correct?
Yes.
And their golden doodle was named Bailey, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you knew Jennifer McCabe well enough that you called her by a nickname, correct?
Yes.
What was the nickname that you referred to Jennifer McCabe by?
JJ.
And you knew that JJ was Nicole Albert's sister, correct?
Yes.
Now, on the night of January 28th into the 29th, you saw Brian Albert Sr. After he came back to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You were on the first floor of that residence the whole night, were you not?
Yes.
And you have a specific memory of Brian Albert Sr. walking Chloe through the first floor of that house, correct?
Yes.
When Brian Albert Sr. was walking Chloe through the first floor of that house, he maintained control of Chloe's collar, did he not?
He did, yes.
You like dogs, right?
I do.
But you didn't pat Chloe, correct?
I have, yes.
That night.
No.
You've never pet sat for Chloe, correct?
No.
But you did hang out regularly at the Albert home for years because of your friendship with Brian Jr., correct?
Yes.
Which meant that you have had contact with Chloe over the years, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that Chloe's a very different dog from Bailey, the McCabe's Golden Retriever, correct?
Objection.
Sustain,
Bailey is a friendly dog, is he not?
Objection.
sustain.
Chloe is not friendly, correct?
Objection.
I'll let you have that. Can you answer that?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, Chloe is not a friendly dog.
I mean, I would say so, yeah.
It was clear to you that she is not good with people, correct?
I'm not aware.
On January 28th and 29th, while you were in the kitchen dining room area, you'll agree with me that there was music playing for most of the night, correct?
For a decent amount, yes.
And that area of the house has surround sound speakers.
Yes.
Everybody was in a good mood,
Correct, yes.
talking,
Yes.
drinking.
Yep.
Singing,
I don't remember.
dancing,
Yeah.
and all the action was in the kitchen dining room area, correct?
Yes.
And that was where your attention was mainly focused, was it not?
It was, yes.
Because that's where everybody was.
Yes.
You were not monitoring the basement door, were you?
No.
And you never went down to the basement, correct?
No, I did not.
Prior to January 28th of 2022, you knew who Colin Albert was, correct?
Yes.
You knew that he was your friend Brian Jr.'s first cousin, right?
Correct.
When you were at 34 Fairview, you did see Colin there, correct?
I did, yes.
Believe that he got there shortly after Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Julie Albert left the residence, correct?
At some point, yeah.
And you say at some point, that's because you're not sure of the exact time when he got there, correct?
Correct.
You're also not sure of the exact time when he left, correct?
I would say 11:30, 11:45, around there.
He wasn't somebody who was important to you that night, was he?
Not really, no.
You weren't paying attention to monitor when he came or when he left, were you?
No. I said no.
You never physically watched him walk out the door, correct?
I don't remember.
You can't even say which door he walked out, correct?
I don't know.
You never saw him get picked up.
I did not know.
You never saw any car arrive for him,
I don't know.
and you never saw how he got home.
No.
Now, on January 29th of 2022, after midnight, your brother Ryan Nagel and you lived in the same home, correct?
At the time, yes.
At about 12:15 to 12:20, you texted your brother Ryan for a ride home, correct?
If that's what the timestamp says, yes.
Do you have a screenshot of that text message?
Somewhere, yes.
Did you provide that to any investor investigator or assistant district attorney?
I don't remember.
You recall whether any assistant district attorney or investigator asked you for a copy of that text message?
I don't know.
Is that text message still on your phone?
I don't know.
Did you delete that text message?
I don't
Objection,
know.
Your Honor.
So let's move this along, Stephen.
When you texted Ryan that night, you were contacting him because you thought it was an appropriate time for you to leave, correct?
Yeah.
How long did it take your brother Ryan to get to the Albert home after that text message?
I don't know.
Was it an hour?
I don't think so, no.
Was it a half hour?
I do not know.
So you have no idea how long it took him to get there and how long you stayed after you texted him, correct?
I don't know, no.
By the time you're texting Ryan, Ms. Nagel, how much do you think you had had to drink since 6 or 7 p.m.?
A decent amount.
Would you say that another word for it would be a lot?
No.
What were you drinking that night?
Michelob Ultras.
And how many did you have?
I don't know, I don't remember.
Did you bring your own Michelob Ultras to the party?
I don't know.
You don't remember whether you brought any beer to the party?
I don't know.
Where was the beer?
I either brought it or I don't know, I don't remember. It was 2.5 years ago.
Oh, gotcha, motherfucker!
In the fridge.
You have no memory of like running out of beer that night, correct?
I don't remember, no.
There appeared to be plenty of beer to go around, correct?
For myself, yeah.
Between the time that you texted your brother Ryan and the time he arrived, it's fair to say that you changed your mind about going home with him, correct?
Yes.
You changed your mind while you were still inside the Albert home, correct?
I did not say that, no.
Well, I'm asking you now.
No.
You changed your mind only after you left the residence and went out to talk to him?
Yes.
You claimed on direct examination that he was the one that said, why don't you stay longer?
No, that's not what I said.
That said that you wanted to stay longer.
If myself.
So you told him that you wanted to stay longer, correct?
Yeah,
And why'd you call him?
I did.
And why'd you
And
text him?
when you went outside, you learned that he had come and his friend, is it Ricky D'Antuono? How do you pronounce the name?
It's Ricky D'Antano.
D'Antano. Ryan had come in Ricky D'Antano's gray Ford F-150 truck, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I butchered that. When you went outside, you saw that your brother Ryan was in Ricky D'Antano's gray Ford F-150 truck, correct?
Correct, yes.
He was sitting in the front passenger seat of the truck, correct?
Ryan, yes.
The truck was parallel to the Albert's residence, correct?
Yes.
It was not parked in the driveway.
No.
The truck was facing toward Chapman Street, toward going up the hill, correct?
Yes.
So Ryan's seat would have been the closest to the property, right? Passenger seat
I'm sorry, closest to the what?
to the Albert home.
Yes, correct.
You walked down the driveway to get to the truck, correct?
Yes.
Dave's SUV was in the driveway at that point, was it not?
Yes.
And at that point, it's like that. I want to go back, if I can, to when you were inside the house, because you had testified that when you were inside, you looked out the window and you saw a different view, correct?
I did, yes.
That was the black SUV.
Yes.
And you've testified that you saw that black, from within the house, you saw that black SUV move 2 times, correct?
More than 2.
So it was at first parked near the mailbox,
Yes.
and then you saw it move forward, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then you saw it move forward again to near the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And was there a third time that you saw it moved?
I saw it pull up, stopped, pulled up again, stopped, pulled up again by the flagpole, stopped. That's all I saw.
All right, and that was all while you were inside the house, correct?
Correct, yes.
And, when it was pulling up like that, Ms. Nagel, it wasn't going 80 miles an hour, correct?
It was not, no.
It wasn't going 50 miles an hour, correct?
I mean, I didn't have a radar gun on me, but no.
It was going at a safe speed, correct?
Yeah,
It
Who just
wasn't
whispered
going a very
objection?
long distance, correct? Each time?
no.
It's a matter of several feet, correct? Adjusting its position?
Just pulled up and stopped a few times.
Right. And as you saw it pull up and stop a few times from within the home, its direction was always forward, correct?
From what I saw, yes.
You never saw that car back up, correct?
No.
You certainly never saw it speed at a crazy pace backwards, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Now, I'd asked you about the text messages that you had with your friend Ryan, and you could not recall whether any investigator or assistant district attorney asked you for screenshots of that, correct?
My friend or my brother?
Did I say friend?
You did, yes.
Thank you for correcting me. I did mean your brother Ryan, thank you. And I appreciate the fact that you're paying attention, at least one of us is.
Yeah.
So I asked you about the screenshots of the text messages that you had with your brother Ryan and whether any investigator or assistant district attorney had asked you for them, correct?
I don't remember.
Didn't remember, right. But somebody did ask you for a screenshot, correct?
Yes.
Who was that?
JJ McCabe.
And by JJ, you mean Jennifer McCabe?
Correct, yes.
When JJ asked you, do you remember when it was that JJ, Jennifer McCabe, asked you for a copy of those screenshots?
I do not remember, no.
Did you provide them to Jennifer McCabe?
I did, yes.
Did Jennifer McCabe, when she asked you to provide her with those screenshots, claim that she was an investigator in this case?
Objection.
You can answer that.
Do you mind repeating that, please?
Sure. When Jennifer McCabe, or as you call her, JJ, asked you for screenshots of the text messages that you had with your brother Ryan, did Jennifer McCabe tell you that she was investigating this case?
No.
And you have no memory of providing those screenshots to any investigator other than Jennifer McCabe, correct?
I don't remember, no.
Okay. Now, when you're ultimately leaving the residence, it's about, I think you said 1:45 a.m. is your best guess?
Yes.
You walked out which door?
The front door.
And that would be the one to the left, right? The real front door of the house.
Yes, correct.
That door faces right to the front lawn, correct?
Yes,
You left with Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Sarah Levinson, correct?
correct.
And you all went out the same door, correct?
I know what door I went out. I don't know about, it could have been. I don't know if they went through the side, but yeah.
Fair to say that walking out the front door of that house, you saw no body on that front lawn in front of you, correct?
When I walked out,
Correct.
no.
None of the other three people yelled out that they saw a body, correct?
Correct.
You got into Jennifer McCabe's vehicle, correct?
Yes,
And you were seated behind the driver, correct?
yes,
And the driver was Matthew McCabe, correct?
correct.
Jennifer McCabe was in the front passenger seat,
Yes,
and Sarah Levinson was sitting next to you behind the front passenger, correct?
yes,
Matthew McCabe backed the car out of the driveway and then headed up toward Chapman Street, correct?
yes,
That meant that the passenger side of the vehicle was closest to the Albert home, correct?
yes,
So that meant that Sarah Levinson and Jennifer McCabe were in the seats that were closest to the Albert home, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. As Matthew McCabe was driving that vehicle alongside the Albert property line, Jennifer McCabe in the front passenger seat and Sarah Levinson in the rear passenger seat were the closest two people to the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
And as the car passed in front of the Albert home, you saw no tire tracks in the snow, correct?
I don't remember.
You claim now to have seen a black object in the snow, correct?
Yes.
Object is the term that you used when you were finally interviewed about this matter, correct?
A black object, yes.
Right. You never before ever told any investigator that what you actually saw was a black blob, correct?
I don't remember.
And you also never, ever told any investigator that this black object that you described was actually 5 feet or 6 feet long, correct?
Correct, yes.
The very first time you're now mentioning this testimony that this black object, as you describe it, was actually 5 or 6 feet long was just today, after 12 noon on May 14th of 2024, correct?
Lally asked me how big it was, so I just told him right now, yeah.
Yeah, Lally, when you say Lally, you mean Mr. Lally.
Yes, Mr. Lally, correct, yes.
Mr. Lally just asked you during this trial, again,
Yeah,
right before this jury. That's the first time you've ever been asked or ever given an answer as to how big that object was, correct?
not necessarily, no.
Did you review any report that was taken when the investigators spoke to you regarding this case before taking the stand today?
No,
You've never testified in a grand jury regarding this case, correct?
correct.
You've never testified in any hearing regarding this case, correct?
In this hearing, in this case,
Besides today.
no.
And you would agree with me that it is nowhere on record that this black object that you talk about was ever 5 or 6 feet long prior to telling the jury that today.
Objection.
You have to ask that differently, Mr. Moody.
Today, this afternoon, is the first time that you've provided testimony or information to any official regarding this case that the object was 5 or 6 feet long.
No,
I'm sorry?
no.
Who did you tell prior to today?
About what?
Okay, I thought we were talking about the fact that you now testified that this black object was 5 or 6 feet long. You recall that?
Today, yes.
And my question to you was, you've never mentioned that this black object was 5 or 6 feet long until the last hour or so when Mr. Lally questioned you about it, correct?
Yes.
She just said no, now she's saying yes.
When you were passing the property, you did not think it was a body.
At the time, no.
You claim that you told everyone in the car that you saw something, correct?
Correct.
And your friend Sarah said what? Or something to that effect, correct?
Correct.
Sarah
And
didn't testify to any of
there was
this.
no further conversation after that, correct?
Not that I can remember.
The sloth says,
No.
what?
And you didn't think that it was a person who was in trouble, correct?
Objection.
Did you think that? At what time, Mr.?
When you're leaving the property, after leaving the house at 1:45 a.m. and getting into the vehicle and passing the Albert lawn, you did not think that you saw a person who was in trouble, correct?
No,
or a person that may have needed help, correct?
I don't know. No,
And you were right there, correct, passing the property?
I was passing the property.
Not
Yes,
as close to the property as your friend Sarah Levinson, but you were in the back seat on the driver's side, correct?
correct.
And you were in a car such that if you thought that you saw something that could have been a person, all you had to do was tell the driver, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell the driver that you saw somebody who was in trouble?
Well, I said it out loud in the car.
So is it your testimony now that you said out loud in the car, there's a person who's in trouble?
That's not what I said. No,
You didn't mention a person at all in the car, correct?
no,
Did not tell Matthew McCabe, hey, stop the car, correct?
I did not know.
If you had seen a person in the snow lying there, you would have done something about it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You didn't ask Matthew McCabe to stop.
No,
You didn't ask him to back up.
nope.
You didn't ask him to check on whatever it was.
Objection, Your Honor.
She's looking at him. Like, are you going to object?
You had your phone with you, correct?
She's so coached. She's
Yeah.
looking at him
Phone
before to
was working,
answer.
correct?
This is a fucking
I
coaching,
don't remember.
and I'm going to make a
You used
video
that
on
phone to
it.
text your brother.
This is ridiculous.
An
She's
hour and a
looking
half
at.
before.
Are you testifying today that your phone was completely out of charge?
I don't remember. No,
Text your good friend Brian Albert Jr. to tell him that you saw somebody lying on his front lawn?
did I text him
Yes.
that night?
As you are supposedly seeing this black object,
Objection.
the immediate aftermath of that, did you text Brian Albert Jr. to tell him about that black object?
So in that form, it's sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Mullen.
You had your friend Sarah Levinson with you, correct?
I did in the car. Yes.
You knew she was a nurse, correct?
Yeah.
You didn't tell your friend Sarah that you just saw somebody lying in the snow during a blizzard who might need some help, correct?
I did not know.
That Brian Jr.'s father was a police officer, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's move this. Are you just about done with this line of questioning? I'll give you a little bit more.
Just a couple more questions and I'm
Okay,
done.
go ahead.
You knew that he was a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And obviously a first responder as a police officer, right?
Yeah.
And you knew that that was Jennifer McCabe's brother-in-law, correct?
Yes.
And Jennifer McCabe was in the car with you, correct?
Yes.
You didn't tell Jennifer McCabe or JJ to call her brother-in-law, correct?
No.
The fact of the matter is, you did nothing,
She lost
right?
every. She's all credibility gone.
Yeah.
And that's because you did not see a body on that lawn, correct?
Objection.
Is that true? Can you answer that?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
You didn't see a body on that lawn.
I mean, I don't know what I saw, but I saw an object.
You were drinking for hours.
Is that a question?
Yes, you were drinking for hours, is that correct?
Yeah.
And you were intoxicated as you were leaving that home.
Objection.
Were you?
Yes.
You were drunk, right?
Some would say, yeah.
You would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Huh.
believe that except for Matt McCabe, who was driving, everybody in the car was drunk, right?
Objection.
No, I don't know.
I'm going to let that answer stay.
You have previously testified, I'm sorry, strike that. You have previously given a statement indicating that you believe that everybody in that car except for Matthew McCabe was drunk. Do you deny that?
I don't remember at this moment.
All right. You told investigators that when Brian Albert Jr. called you the next morning and you found out about the tragedy the previous night, you, quote, put two and two together, correct?
I did, yes.
And when you put two and two together, you did not call the Canton Police, correct?
I did not know.
Not call the state police, correct?
Nope.
Not call the district attorney's office.
No.
You would agree with me that you just sat on this revelation, correct?
I would.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, that's sustained in that form.
And you were not interviewed by any investigator in January, February, March, or any time over the spring or summer of 2022, correct?
I don't remember the time frame, but not right after, no.
And when an investigator finally spoke to you, it was Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
He was the one who took your statement on October 12th of 2022, correct?
If that was the date and time, yes.
And that was over 8 months after you were driving past the Albert home at around 2 a.m. while you were drunk and supposedly seeing some black object, correct?
Before 2 a.m., yes.
And you know, Ms. Nagel, that as of October of 2022, the defense had, in this case, had publicly announced that
Objection, Your Honor.
that house saw
All
a
right.
body on that front.
So that question's improper. I'm going to strike that question.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right. So we're going to break. I have to bring you back tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, so jurors, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know if we actually stand. And we'll see you tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow's a full day.
All rise for the court, please.
I don't know.
You can stand,
Okay.
Ms. Nagel, you can stand, and then when the last.
She's
juror goes, I can
rough
go.
around
Okay,
all
got it. Thank you.
edges. You guys, honestly, I think she just
Thank you.
made the jury like even more so say that this is
Yes.
wild.
Right, Tori, I haven't really looked at this yet. What time are you gonna do this? So you can come in and we'll do it right now if you want.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna see if she's doing anything else.
Your Honor, sorry, may we approach this as a scheduling thing?
We have a schedule.
Counsel, we're still on the case, so why don't you come on up?
All right, they're so because remember they just dismissed the jury on the Tuesday half a day here. I mean, her own brother is going to blow up her own testimony. Okay, she said that when she went outside to talk to her brother, that SUV was not there. Are you guys ready for this part? That SUV was right behind, or I should say, I'm sorry, was literally across from Karen's SUV when they were waiting to turn onto Fairview, and that gray SUV let Karen Reed basically make that right, and then they followed. So they were right behind each other, okay? So Karen Reed's SUV is there, all right? And so is this gray SUV. Now, unless this sloth, number 2 of a person, waited a long time to go out to, you know, see her brother, but it's going to be blown up by her brother's testimony and the driver of that vehicle's testimony that says that when they were there, Karen Reed's vehicle was in fact there. Okay. Like, what has gone on and how this woman didn't get any of these memos, okay? Or if her stuff is just supposed to be all over the place. But the next witness, who I believe is going to be Ryan, her brother, is going to blow this up. So, okay, they're not talking anything more. Okay, great. So I'm over here just thinking to myself, like, literally the next witness is coming up to say when they were there waiting for you to come out of the house, her SUV was there. Because those 2 witnesses in the SUV, Ryan Nagel, the brother, driving past that SUV saw Karen Reed or a figure that looked like Karen Reed, okay, and that she was the only one in the vehicle and that the passenger was in fact not in the vehicle. All right. So I don't know if I am speechless. We need a video, Lana, exposing them. I am speechless at what. Let's back it even up further. You guys, she testified that Brian Albert Sr. was at the house before they all went out. Like it was Brian Albert, Caitlin Albert, Nicole Albert they were the ones that were there when she arrived at 6 o'clock. You understand? Oh boy. Okay. Then she says that she never saw Julie Albert. Well, Julie Albert says that she went to the house, went inside to get her sister Coco, who then they left with, Julie, Coco and Caitlin. Then they all went to the Waterfall bar. Tristan testifies today that he met them at the Waterfall bar. So then we have to back all the way up. Ready? How the hell was Caitlin anywhere without a car? Like, Caitlin's at her parents' house at 34 Fairview. All right. I was always under the impression that Caitlin was living there until, she was physically living in Easton with Tristan at a place. All right. So then how did Caitlin ever end up at 34 Fairview to begin the night? So can someone explain that to me? And all of this matters for me with the cars because there's no room for these cars. Then before Miss Julie Nagel testified, Sarah Levinson testified, okay, and said that there were just 2 vehicles in the driveway, which were all the way pushed up. One was in front of the one garage door. The other one was in front of the other garage door. And then it was the McCabe, vehicle. Well, you guys see the pictures that are taken the next day. Okay. That's not how the vehicles are. The vehicles aren't like that at all. The vehicles are behind each other. And that's really important because that means the vehicle was moved. That would mean that the vehicle, the Ford Edge, was moved because they were right behind each other. And when could that have possibly happened? Well, after Sarah Livingston, was leaving with the McCabes with Julie, right? So you have the 2 cars that means that the Ford Edge was moved. Okay, let me show you what I'm trying to say here. Let's do this. I did oopsies. 34 Fairview. So you have so they're all hanging out around here. So now we also got the testimony that Jennifer McCabe, like I said, had her phone plugged in over here. Okay. Well, let's go to the house outside. Okay. You have a car that would have been here and a car that's here, like just like that. And then the McCabe vehicle was here. All right. That's how they're all saying that they left. And you guys, this is such a short this is so tiny. But that morning when you see all of the exhibits, you have a car here and a car here. They're next to each other. So there's 2 vehicles. And so I want to know how Caitlin Albert got over to her parents' house at 34 Fairview that night to go out. Don't you think somebody that has a car would be driving their car? I have a Jeep Cherokee, like she says, 2019. I'm driving my Jeep. If she's high maintenance, why that? Do you know of a high maintenance girl that's going to say, here, you can have my Jeep? No, I have my vehicle. And I would have drove my vehicle over to my mom's house where my brother is with his birthday, right? And so then where's Tristan? There has to be way more people that were involved with being and hanging out at this house. No one's driving. Nobody's driving. Everybody's getting picked up by mommy, daddy, or we don't know.
And then the kids, we'll just take it home.
So I have an issue with where Caitlin's vehicle would have been and then how Tristan ends up with this vehicle. And I believe it's because how do we know that Tristan really truly went in there and picked up Caitlin Albert? Okay. How do we know that that's truly what happened? Tristan couldn't answer a damn question. And I also think that Tristan didn't want no part of no lying. Okay. But remember, guys, this is a complete narrative. This is a narrative. And this narrative has holes from all the way at the beginning of the day, which is to kick off the night. Why does nobody know who was in the house? Caitlin Albert, I would be recalling this witness and saying, were you at your mom's house? I'm going to go back and look at her testimony. Were you at your parents' house and that you drove with your mom and your aunt? Because Tristan says that he got to the Waterfall bar separate. Okay. He got to his testimony. I got to the Waterfall bar and they were already there. And then Lally says, who's they? He's like, well, Caitlin and I have no idea who she was there with. You don't know that it was her mom and her aunts. How long have you been dating this broad? Remember what I told you guys that we have to account for 496 steps that John O'Keefe's phone took after it was passed off by Jen McCabe? Okay. Well, they need to have everybody out of that house who could have ever been running around that phone. Okay. That's what I believe that this is all about. I believe that all of this is to say that the only people that were in that house was Coco, Brian Albert, and Brian Albert Jr., who was basically sleeping, right? But that we couldn't have passed off a phone inside my house and that John O'Keefe's phone's being like run all over the place. Because Jen McCabe passed off that phone. I don't care what anybody says. Notice how no one's talking about the phone. They're waiting to bring up this phone, and neither has Lally. Okay. Lally hasn't even said, well, you were with John O'Keefe that night. Did you see him with a cell phone? There's no mention about this cell phone. They mentioned a black hat. They've mentioned his black sneaker. They mentioned his body. Even when the police were doing everything in the beginning, when it was the firefighters and the police and that line of questioning, nobody, not even Lally, has talked about this phone, John O'Keefe's phone. But if there's nobody in the house that the phone could have been passed off to and ran, well, now that I know that out the back gate, if you open up the Albert's backyard here, you can actually get you don't even have to scale. You're just right here going. So that's like, say, it's a fence all the way around. When you're looking back, right back here, there's an opening. It's so sad. That used to be a basketball court, or like, and you guys just let it go like that. Like that's must not be some really all-American hoopers over there. So going back to this girl saying that, yep, Caitlin was there. Then Caitlin's running the music. Okay, so Caitlin's running the music. Then she has everybody that's sitting on each other's laps at that point based off of what Sarah said. And then you have she's saying that Colin Albert are left between 11:30 and 11:45 because did nobody give her the memo that, hey, it's okay, we're admitting to the fact that we all saw Colin? Like, but I think it's even better for the jury to say, okay, 11:30, 11:45. If she thinks that that's when he left, you know, she should be saying, I have no idea when Colin left. I just did. Yeah, I didn't pay attention. I have no idea when he left. She had a time, which was 11:30, 11:45, because that was the original story. Also, if she never took her ass downstairs, she could think Colin left and he really went in the basement. She doesn't remember anybody else what time they left except for Colin Albert. Just so you guys know that. She doesn't even know what time her own brother came to the house. Okay, so who was the person that wanted to see Chloe and had Brian Jr. walk up this person during the night of hanging out to go see the dog Chloe? Because it wasn't this girl who's the dog person. Then come to find out, Julie pet sits for the McCabe's dog Bailey. She refers to Jennifer McCabe as JJ. I mean, we're talking about a very close. The only thing that this girl doesn't have is Albert last name, but she's basically like an Albert or a McCabe. That's how close we're talking. I personally believe that this girl is not credible. She got torn up on cross-examination, and the biggest thing for me right now, and everybody should really focus on, is where these cars were situated. That next morning, the cars are right behind each other. And that's not where they were. There's a reason that the guy, when he pulled up, think about this. I can't pull into the driveway if it's stacked in the driveway. I can't pull in there. Okay. In fact, Jennifer McCabe says, pull in behind me in one of her text messages. Let's take a look at the driveway where the McCabes were, right? Remember? Now, if you saw you saying that nobody was moving cars around, right? Then we have to go, and this is how it would have been. One of the cars there, and then the other car right behind it, right? And then the McCabes would have had to be right behind that car. Like all in a single 1, 2, and 3. You would have had 3 large SUVs all on the same side and nobody on the other side, right? But then why would Jen McCabe say to John O'Keefe, pull in behind me? There would be no room to pull in behind her. Au contraire. Okay. If Jen McCabe, in fact, pulled where? Somewhere else. There's room to pull in behind me. Not like pull up behind me. I'm parked right in front of the house. This is pull up behind me in the driveway. Then the following morning, when Matt McCabe arrived at 34 Fairview with his vehicle, one of the officers testified on the stand, and he was using his little yellow pointer, and he said, there was a car. Let me get you a different angle right here. Right here was where the McCabe's vehicle was. So it was, there was an SUV here and then an SUV right behind. All right. And do you guys remember Nicole Albert's testimony? How many vehicles did you guys have that were living at the house? And she said 3 or 4. 3 or 4 vehicles. Yeah. Where the fuck are they? Where are they? Because if you have your vehicle, which is Coco's, Brian Albert, does he have a separate work vehicle and his regular vehicle, or does he just use his work vehicle? But where is Brian Albert Jr.'s car? the vehicle that Julie was walking up to put the fucking Dunkin' Donuts in and to put in the iced coffee or the hot coffee that was going to become iced coffee. Here's the McCabe's the next morning right here, and there's 2 SUVs here. But by Sarah Livingston's testimony, or I'm sorry, even Julie Nagel's, she said, yeah, there was a car pulled up here and a car pulled up here. And so your brother just pulled up like sideways like that. Like just like pulled up. Okay. And so she testified that Jen McCabe's over here, right? Well, I call bullshit on all of this because there would have been no room for Karen Reed to pull in behind the McCabe's if that's in fact how you think that everything was situated. Also, they testified, Brian Albert Sr. testified that Brian Higgins arrived before him, right? It's 3 lanes, but the way that it works is that this doesn't go all the way down. It's just a patch, right? It's like the driveway. Oh. Brian Albert testified that when he got home, Brian Higgins was in his driveway, but then he pulled out so that he could then pull in, and he noticed that he was plowing. He had his plow. And then that's when Lally kind of just says, oh, were you saying something about he was clearing off the area? Who plows a driveway when there's a bunch of cars in there? So Higgins just pulled in and then just like, oh, here, I'll just drag some of the snow out. You guys saw the camera from Waterfall. There's no freaking snow on the ground. Nobody is dropping down there. First of all, I believe that someone like Brian Albert would have been pissed. You're not going to drop your plow down on my driveway with no snow in it to fucking drag my gravel. Like, you can get straight fucked. People get pissed about that. And I think he's the type of guy that would have been like, what are you fucking doing? You know? Now, if he pulled in because then he laid salt up in their driveway, okay, but he would have to have a salt bed on the back, and that's not what was testified to. But this is important. When nobody knows any of this shit and you have to lie about it, it's for a reason. Okay. There are no cars in that garage because during testimony, that car or that garage is used for storage. So there are no cars in that garage. That was testified to. I went back and double checked that. There's no gravel. You know what I mean? You're not going to scrape my cement. You're not going to fuck with that's how you would ruin. Why would I want you doing that? And then you're also going to ruin your plow. Nobody would do that. There was not enough snow to be plowing at that time. Their story makes absolutely no sense. And Caitlin Albert had all intentions of spending the night there. Are we sure that Tristan ever came and picked up Caitlin? Are we sure that Caitlin Albert just didn't have her vehicle parked here and then she needed to say that Tristan came to pick her up? Because Caitlin Albert didn't want to seem like she was drinking and driving that night. An alibi within an alibi. What makes sense to me is that Caitlin Albert went to her parents' house earlier that evening to see her brother for her brother's birthday. Her brother decided that he didn't want to go. He was just going to stay there. They just went out to go get food. They probably tried to get them to come out to the water. And these people are just lazy motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're just fucking lazy. Do those people, they like to go out? Fuck no. Would you ever want to hang out with those people? Hell no. Absolutely not. Right? So if Caitlin Albert, in fact, drove over, which would make sense to me, why that makes sense is that Tristan says that he met up with them. And that's why it all has to be a fuckerage job now that Caitlin couldn't have been there and gotten a ride to the Waterfall bar with the mom and the aunts to go there. And it was, oh, I think Tristan and Caitlin were already at the waterfall bar when we arrived, and they were at a table over here when we walked in. None of that is true. And in fact, Julie said that she came to the Albert's house to pick up her sister and her niece. How is this so difficult to not remember? Oh yeah, I did drive with my Aunt Julie. That's right. She did come pick us up. Like you would know that. And I think Julie's going to know who the fuck was in her car when she would go driving out. But why would it matter to lie? And it's because of this. Tristan then says he met up with them after they were already at the waterfall bar and his girlfriend was already there with her family. So how did Tristan get there? In his Ford piece of shit Taurus. Okay, that's how. That's how. And if he arrived in a different vehicle, then I have to ask you, how did Caitlin Albert get to 34 Fairview that night before they went to the waterfall bar? And this is where it's like, okay, there was cars missing that morning. And the biggest car that was missing that morning was Brian Albert. Brian Albert Jr., he doesn't have a car? Because go look at the exhibits and see what cars were in the driveway that morning. How many cars were in the driveway that morning? It was 2 SUVs, and then when Matt McCabe's SUV arrived, that's it. So where's Brian Jr.'s SUV? Where's the car that she was putting these donuts in? What car? Why would you go and put it in Brian Albert's work Ford Edge? You wouldn't. He would never leave that unlocked either, right? And then you're going to leave a Cadillac SUV unlocked? I mean, maybe you would, right? Because then that's like we left our doors unlocked. You guys, they're down cars. The cars don't add up to the people. Just like the Idaho 4 case. We're missing some cars, guys. We're missing some cars. You guys, whoever was in that house in the morning, it was like, here, get the hell out of here. You know what I mean? I don't know. We're missing cars to people that lived in that house. Because all the testimony, go back and watch, listen to the testimony. The mother says, yeah, we had like 3 or 4 cars. Then what about these younger kids? The ones that have been the same age around Colin's age, the twins. They didn't have cars. Where's their cars? Did they share a car? The twins share a car? Because that would make sense. Where did Brian Albert Jr. work? He worked IT, right? How did he get to work every day? The mom testified to 3 or 4 cars, and she read them all off. Okay, she read them all off, and Brian Jr. 100% had a vehicle. Where the fuck's his vehicle? That's all. Jack was away for the Marines. Yeah, even more of a reason if he had a car that would be there. I'm going to leave my car here, right? Where am I going to put my car? I'm away. Oh, that's in a storage unit that we have. Brian Jr. said the kids used one of his vehicles. Perfect. So Brian Jr. has a vehicle and both of his parents have a vehicle. And now the question is why she was saying 3 or 4 is because the mom was deciding whether or not to count the work vehicle because that's the one that she jumped over. She said there was an Escape, that she had the Cadillac SUV, Brian Albert had a car, and that there was and then she did not want to say the Ford Edge, which was the work vehicle of Brian Albert Sr. So how many vehicles? 4. How many vehicles were there that morning? 2. 2 vehicles were there that morning, based off of the pictures that they took, based off of the body, not the body cam, but the dash cam. Until Matt McCabe's vehicle got there, his becomes the third one. Let's see the 6 in the morning pic. There, it's the 2 SUVs next to each other, or back, not next to each other, but behind each other, and then Matt McCabe's SUV. But we can show it. We can get Hector out. I could show it.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are down cards.
All right, here you go. Ready? Here we go. Here's exhibit 29 that was showed to the jury. Okay. They went and got I got plasties here for you. See that? McCabe's 1, 2 behind that. I think I have a couple more. Here you go. 1, 2. McCabe's 1, 2. There you go. Any questions? You guys want to see some of the other pics? Let's see what else I have. I've been putting these all in plastics. Okay, right here. This is that angle. That's the McCabe vehicle that comes after the fact when they're being, when Matt's inside then. And then there's just 1 and 2. Like, just so you could see this angle. 1 and 2. And then that's where you could see a little bit of the McCabe vehicle. Okay. Now pay attention though to, I'm going to go based off of, see, this is 100%. If you go off of this one, again, they didn't timestamp any of their shit. Remember, if you go off the dash cam and you're looking through, this is his dash cam. 702 dash cam. Okay. Now, see, 1 and 2. That's when the McCabe vehicle came. Okay, so before the McCabe vehicle, it would just be 1, 2. Now this is from Goods body or dash cam. And I think what's telling here is, doesn't that driveway look a hell of a lot fuller? Okay. Also, right back here is it's black and white, but those are feet print that are back behind where this. Okay, so when they was using the blower, those are actual like footprints, right? There's no cars in the garage. It was already testified to. Nothing was in the garage because it had a bunch of storage shit, a bunch of hoarders over there. Okay. Yeah, Sean's actually going to come on over here. We're doing a live together. Sean and I are going to be doing a live together. So I like him a lot. He's cool. He's a good dude. Now, hold on. Let's. See, this is the picture that the Commonwealth was using. Like look at that shitty ass quality. Okay. You see how far apart those vehicles are right there? Does that look like further apart? There's no metadata behind any of this. Let's see what else. See that time? It says 6:34. I zoomed in. There's no lights on at 6:44. Remember this exhibit? Remember this exhibit? Okay, so I got to show you guys something. Ready? Take a look at that exhibit. Now, I'm going to show you what a neighbor turned in. The next door neighbor turned in the following. All right, so let me change this out. So this was that morning. You guys see that right there? I'm going to zoom in. You guys see that right there? You guys see how that looks? So then I want to show you this then again. See that? Now, I want you guys to pay attention though. This was supposedly taken, right? Which would be after, right? So think about this. After they'd done all the stuff on the lawn, right? Now, if you go to what the neighbor took while it was like happening in progress, right? If you go to like, this is them, this is, look at that. See how like you see the snow looks like, woo, you know what I mean? Just nothing like, can't, you look over to the left, right? Down by where this is all happening. Right, you see that SUV, the white one, because it's like Seraph has its lights on. Look down right here. Why doesn't it look like the rest of the pictures? What is going on over there that it looks like that, right? And it wasn't until they showed Exhibit 58 during the trial. When they showed 58 during the trial, now there is rumors out there that there's no metadata with any of these pictures that they've ever taken, right? But when they showed Exhibit 58, okay, when they showed Exhibit 58 during the trial, this is that exhibit. And I said, what the hell? I said, when was this done? Okay. And they're making it seem like it was done, a lot later because it was after they had, obviously worked on him, trying to clear stuff off. Whenever they're going to try to say that this was taken, right? And you see this. See where over, like, that's your fire hydrant over there. Okay. And like all it gets it's like, what the hell? Now, and so I, like everybody else, thought that this would have been done a lot later on, right? Well, from this picture that the neighbor took, it looks like that shit's already happening over there. Looks like there's a lot of activity over there. Because then let's look at this picture, right? So you're looking like across the street. Do you see how you see a bunch of like footprints down over there? You see when this ambulance, or I guess whatever they're going to call it, if it was like I think that's, you can see some tracks in the snow, but you can also see a lot of footprints, okay? But then when you look at, the person's house across the lawn, all right? It doesn't look like it's beat up like when you go to this picture. this looks like it's been all like there's no leaf blower been used yet, nothing. This looks like it's been completely worked on. Like something like that it was, and when I say worked on, I'm talking about like what the hell was going on over here? So my point is that I believe that they're lying about where like John's body was with pictures. Is that at all possible? Is that at all like possible? You know what I mean? Like, there's no body cam. So if you just take the, does this look Photoshopped to me? Well, if it in fact is, they'd be able to tell that. Okay. The branches. So then I looked at it from the other angle, because when you go back to look at this, yeah, it looks like snow dump from something. Like it looks like it's just, this is just so, like, what is this, right? Now take a look. There would be, let's see, this photo would be, and you look at this though. And I thought, okay, maybe it could be Photoshopped or whatever. But when I saw 58 exhibit, I said, oh, hell to the no. Let me show you a little bit more what I mean. I'm trying to explain this the best way that I can. Now, why are you taking a little tiny picture like this to show the curb? Where was this? See how it's so zoomed in, right? Like, where is that? Look at how much the curb's showing there. Like, I can't, like, the curb's where? Right here? That's the curb. So, like, what the hell is all that? Let's go take a look at the leaf blowing film again. Okay. Let's go take a look at the leaf blowing film again. And remember how I said, like, why are they zoomed in so close? Why aren't they showing the video in multiple ways so you could see like truly your surroundings? It's so zoomed in. Show what other picture? These are the pictures that the Commonwealth used. Like, what the? Look at. Do you see how they are not showing any of that over there? Do you see? But now look at this now. Why aren't we showing more right over there? Look at that. But now look at where this is. See, there's your fire hydrant, right? Now, let's take a look at this one more time. See where the trees are over there? That has nothing to do with anything that's going on over here. Abso-fucking-lutely nothing. This is what you call a this is a staged crime scene. And for whatever reasons, when they took their little photos, and they got all these people to get on the stand and talk about, no, there's no footprints going here. There's no footprints going there. There's, Tristan was not plowing. Okay. They never even asked him, hey, so did you get called in that night? Did you have to go out plowing? I don't understand what's going on here. But again, remember, the defense is putting on their case after. So all they're doing right now is just cross-examining. And so when it's the defense's turn to put on their case, what's going to happen here? It's, then you're under direct examination with certain people. So let's take a look though at this one more time. This is the neighbor who everybody, it was loud. You could hear everything going on. Okay, this is where everybody's cars were. There's an ambulance there. That's the SUV of Carrie Roberts, and it was opened and with the lights flashing on from sheriff's car or trooper. Then you have goods vehicle right there, and then with this one, you can kind of see that's where the fire truck was behind all of that. So they're all back here. All right. And so do I think that this was Photoshop? No, I think that this is true and accurate. But I think that when you go ahead and you then look at everything that's going on over here down by that fire hydrant, okay? And how it looks over here, something's off to me. And enough to know that this is it, which is, ta-da, it looked like this that early, okay, in the morning. Which means all of this happened, right before finding the body, which means this. It means that this photo then makes perfect sense. And why you have to make it these ridiculous little angles of things, and don't know what the heck you're showing over here, but it makes perfect sense as to why it's all completely messed with. And look at all this. Look at this shot. Do you see anything? And look at this. What the fuck is this? What is this? Look at how close they are. Remember I pointed that out? Look at how close you are to the freaking flagpole when you're doing all of this. Look at where you're at. Everything that you're seeing here is behind you. This is behind you. See where the flagpole is? See all the way over there? They're not blowing anything over here. They're all up around here. And they're so close in on it like this. $712. Let's go back and look at where that car, how far that car was. Was it even with it? Because you can't see next to it. Oopsies. Look at that. So that's that SUV. So the SUV of the trooper, see where the fire hydrant is? Right. Are we all in agreement that that's the fire hydrant right there? Right there? Right? Okay, so the fire hydrant's right where that guy's back tire is, which would be Sheriff's vehicle. And then when you look at this, see, so we're not able to see anything that's over here. See, they're keeping everything away from showing any picture with anything to do with that. See where the flagpole is? All of that other stuff is way over here. Why are they over here showing, like, what's going on? Look at where the flagpole is. They were moving and making it seem like it was over here where John O'Keefe's body was. Well, why is all of that shit going on right here? And they're trying to keep it all out of the picture. They're trying to keep all of that out of the picture. That would be, okay. If you want to take a picture of the curb, I mean, there's a curb exposed there. They're like, no, we just took our shoes and we just like rubbed off a piece so that we could see some stuff. Excuse me? Okay. It's like, when was this picture taken? There you go. They were doing all, like, see how it's like, see where the flagpole is way up there? This is all a fucking lie. All of it. This was already like that. You could see it from when the cops were there. This didn't happen. This happened before. And I don't know how they kept it all out of these crazy pictures, but we can't compare these photos. They're all different times. Well, there should be metadata behind every photo. So how anything doesn't have metadata behind it, everybody should wonder about that. But I'm saying at least the one photo that I'm going to go with and that I think is what we can all agree. Otherwise, I think it's easy to agree that this was taken when police and all the responders are there. Right? Because the neighbor got up, woke up, and took pictures. No? And all of that, all through there, looks real sus. And we can agree that there was no leaf blower being used yet, right? Because all the first responders are still on scene. The hell's going on over here? Who are these people over here? Look at this. Look at this shit show. So when they use the leaf blower, they use the leaf blower, it looks like they're using it on like where? And that's what I want to go back to and take a look at this leaf blower video. Because that lawn should have not been trampled on at all. Also, it's just nothing. I mean, not to the point of until the first responders got there and so let's take a look at, and I'm going to end on the leaf video. So I think that was on day, let's see. Okay. Was it day 5 that they started showing the leaf blower? I mean, I was losing my mind over it, but I want to say, is it day 5? Hey mods, what day was the leaf blowing video that we all got to see in court? What day was that? Day 1 through 10, which one? These people are wild. Anybody, it was a day. You guys think it was day? I know it wasn't day 2 yet. It was because day 1 was just the O'Keefe's testimony. I'm gonna go with my gut here. And I'm gonna go with day 5. It's day 5 or day 6. Let's take a look. Now you are so on it today. Let's go back to the leaf blower. There we go. Day 5, first testimony. There we go. What's going on here? Okay, here we go. Day 5.
Who's operating the leaf blower in these videos?
I am.
And who, if anyone else from your department, is sort of present while this process is going?
Detective Sergeant Lank is documenting gently as possible, and if it needed, more snow needed to be removed, I got a little more aggressive.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, if you could, good luck. And the next video, man. And Lieutenant Gallagher, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
And what do you recognize?
It's me operating the leaf blower and at the scene where John O'Keefe was discovered.
And who is operating the leaf blower in these videos?
I am.
And who, if anyone else from your department, is sort of present while this process is going?
Detective Sergeant Lank is documenting, and
I'm
Sergeant
doing a
Hood is
live about
also
the other
assisting.
court case. So yeah.
And Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. If you could just play and run.
Do you see back there? There's footprints back there. But they're going,
It removes the snow. I was removing the snow layer by
see how
layer.
they're not going
And
by
right
where this
here,
all happened. He's
you can
doing
see it
this way
exposing
in
the
a
cocktail glass.
area.
You're going to see red spots appear
This is in a way
as I remove it layer by layer.
This is a lie. Red
These
spots.
pink spots start to turn to be dark red spots.
This. Do you guys see what I'm trying
As
to
you
show
see,
you?
we can control it.
You're right. You're
We
up
were
on top
concerned
of
with
the flagpole.
whatever other.
Hold on and wait for a question.
See how close you are to the flagpoles here? You're nowhere near. They refuse to move the camera anywhere back
As
behind
you
them.
can see, it just takes it layer by layer.
Hold on for a second. Mr. Lally, Ms.
Look
Gilman,
at
can you
your
pause it?
Look at those footprints right behind. Look
So
at the
if you
footprints
have a
coming from the
question
fucking
for
right there.
the lieutenant.
Shut up, Bev.
You
Right there, you can see the footprints that are walking from the fucking back to the backyard right there. They're going that way.
They're walking past the flagpole. It's right there.
Asking him to narrate the whole thing. We're not going to do it that way. And you can pause and then question. It's great you're keeping your voice up over the sound of the leaf blower, but it's a little distracting.
I understand that.
So do you have a question, Mr. Lally?
Just briefly at this point, so Lieutenant Gallagher, with respect to as you're conducting this sort of process, what, if anything, are you concerned about as far as,
This is not
Throughout
anywhere
this
near where
process,
they were
trying to
doing everything.
We're concerned with the weather destroying biological evidence at that time.
and so what, if anything, were you doing with regard?
We were trying to take the snow that had fallen over the blood, and we were trying to remove it to expose the blood.
And fair to say, as far as during this sort of removal process, how much of this
Okay, now let's take a look. Look at Exhibit 58. Ready? Here is Exhibit 58 that they showed the jury. Exhibit 58. Do you see? This is insanity to me. Let me go back to the leaf blowing video so you guys can see it again. All right, so this is, I'm telling you, this is a spitting image right here of what you see from that neighbor's picture in terms of why this is all chunked up and looks like it's thick, and it looks like it had been like shoveled and like placed on top. Like it looks like it's been shoveled, and you know, it just looks like you would be shoveling and you're putting it. Think about when you shovel and you're pushing it off. Like that's what it looks like. It looks like, and this is all on the grass. This is the grass. Like what the fuck? This is the street is way over here. Look at that's your fire hydrant, right? And your fire hydrant, it's a straight line like this. The street doesn't go like that. Okay. This is sick. You guys, this is sick. So if you go back to the video though, right there. There's the flagpole right here. There are feet. There's boom, boom, boom. I don't know what this circus clown's doing over here. We don't even know when this was done.
snow, were you able to sort of sift layer by layer with the leaf blower?
We could control how much I wanted to sift. I did it I started out as gently as possible, and if it needed,
that's the flagpole right
more
there.
snow needed to be removed, I got a little more aggressive.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, if you could, get back.
Look it. Oh, she's gonna go to the next video. You
And the
guys,
next
that's
video.
not where the body. Look at all those feet print. Look at going away from the leaf blower guy. They're going past the flagpole. Look at this. Look at those feet print back there. Let me tell you what you look at back there. Look at that.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play the third video, please.
Look at back there. Woo. Look at this asshole. Look at all those footprints back there, going back towards the back of the house where the fence is. Look at all that shit back there. Liars. And you see how it's zoomed in? it's moving the snow too. It's also to clear off,
Ms. Gilman, if you could play that last video, please.
look at this fucking idiot. Now you're over here. Look at, wait, you see how chunky it is right there? Boom. Right down over here. You see how it's all that chunky? Why isn't the guy taking the camera from the angle of where this guy is with a leaf blower, okay? Standing on that side. Do you see how it's all chunky down there? This is just wild to me. Look at all this different stuff there. Look at, he's on top of the flagpole. He's on top of the flagpole. He could literally take that flagpole and shove it up his ass. That's how close he is. Look at that asshole.
And Mr. Officer, you can put the lights on. Thanks.
Right there, of all the, look at that, going back towards the fence. He hasn't walked over there yet. Whose footprints are those? Whose footprints are those? Whose footprints are those back there? Look at how thick it is up there. Look at those footprints on the side.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play the third video.
This is insane. They don't just stop at the flagpole. They keep going, and there's... When he gets closer, they come up. They keep going back there. Okay, so then I have a question.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play the last
Well,
video.
I'm gonna let it play one more. See over there, way back there? You guys, how many feet is it from the curb to the flagpole? He's literally, look at. Let's go back to Exhibit 58. If you go back to Exhibit 58 that they used in court, right? Look at how much snow there is. It was like the mound. Look at the mound. Here's the mound. Ready? Boom. 58. Over there, that's the flagpole that he could shove up his ass, okay? What's this? This is all grass right here. This is all grass right here. This is the curb right here. The curb's gonna go like this, a straight line, like that. Okay. So if you have, this is your, what the hell? So all of this snow is now on top of where you just sift through. No, you liars. No, lies. What day was this taken? And so they plowed the grass. They freaking, exactly. And why I believe that is because if this is in fact a true and accurate representation of that night, which I have no reason why it wouldn't be, you know, it's Seems pretty accurate to me. So let me pull up the. Okay. Here's the neighbor. See her lawn? It's pure as snow. White, normal, like how it's supposed to look, right? And then what's going on all over here? It was already like that. It was already moundy like that, like the chunky mounds that you see in page or in exhibit 60 or 58. It's already chunky and moundy and shit like that. Okay. And so if this is from that night, that's what it looked like with like the chunks of mound. It looked like somebody plowed. It looked like somebody shoveled. I mean, if you go look at exhibit 58, look at where the fire hydrant is. Okay. And then everything to the left of that is all chunky. Chunky snow that was plowed, but that's not the driveway, that is not the street, that is the grass, okay? This is unreal. And I took I went back to the videos, and so right here, this is Steven Serif's trooper vehicle. Right, the car in front of that with the lights shining, that's the Kerry Roberts vehicle. Down a little bit further to the left, that's an ambulance that I believe is facing this way of some sort. And why I believe that is because from this picture from the dash cam, you could see like the lights on top, which make it hard to see, like it glares off. And then over here is Good's trooper that has, his dash cam. So Good and Serif are, standing, or their vehicles are next to each other, right? Two different angles, right? And then behind them then that's where this part of the picture was taken. So you could see all of the fire trucks behind. Then it's that engine that they call it, like when they were talking about how they were arriving. That's what that is. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 over there. And if you go back and you listen to the testimony, one of the vehicles came from the opposite way. And so that's accurate. So no, I don't think I think that this is what the neighbor took. And I think it's accurate from that night, or like that morning when they woke up because there was somebody screaming. They woke up to somebody screaming. They woke up to the loud engine. So like they just took pictures. And in fact, if this is in any way, shape, or form photoshopped, then I would like to know how in the world. I mean, this is a pretty good job, because this angle, how would anybody have this? These details are pretty sick. So they went to an area of the lawn where they could just blow snow. That's why you can't see anything with the image in terms of I've just never seen anything like this in my life. If that snow is full of mud, then it proves that the lawn was messed up. Yeah, it was. It's exactly what it proves when you are watching their little leaf blowing video. It's disgusting. Crazy. The lawn meets the road is absolutely correct, but not like this. I will call you if I was framed. Oh, thank you. Call away. This is the best picture that shows me, okay, there's your fire hydrant. There's whatever, there's your flagpole. But what shows me is right here you can see that's the curb, okay, and it's gonna go in a straight line like that. Okay, all of this way is your street. This up here, that is not your street. This is grass, okay? It's that simple. Like, this is so close. And that's why they take all these weird ass picture angles. And these little chunky mounds, that was already there. This was already there at 6 whatever time, 6:15, 6:20 in the morning. That tells me everything I need to know. And I just hope to God the defense shows that. If the defense shows the picture from the neighbors and they go back to Exhibit 58, you will then see that everything the way that 58 looks during the day when it's light out here is the same way that it looked at 6:15 when all the first responders are there, 6:17, 6:18. Okay. So the lawn was in the same condition. That means who did all of this? None of the other people right in front of the house, it doesn't look like that. To the left or the house across the street doesn't look like that. This yard looks like somebody plowed the lawn. And then the people who were taking the video, they went up close by that flagpole, away from being able to show any of this in their video, because this wasn't preserved. This scene wasn't preserved. They didn't do anything to preserve it. What you see is what you get. So did you guys know there was only 18 crime scene photos? 18. Also, I cannot stress this enough, but there's not enough cars. Okay? There are only 2 vehicles two vehicles. They had way more people in that home that had cars. Where are they? This is when the McCabe's arrived. There's only, again, a vehicle here and a vehicle there. That's one of the 18 crime scene photos. If you zoom in, every red mark, that's footprints. And they all lead back where? They go past this flagpole. Where do they go? What's over there? That's exactly where you could take somebody out from that fence. In fact, this is the video, or this is the picture that they want you all to, this is what the Commonwealth showed. Look at that shit. What is this? This is what they use at Exhibit 22. You could see the partial. It's very interesting what vehicle that is, but just the 2 vehicles same back to back. And if I'm not mistaken, is that a Ford Edge? Where's this escape at? Where's the escape? If you go back and you listen to Nicole Coco's testimony, this is Exhibit 25. This is what they just want to show you. This. Because they said some of them took their feet and they wanted to scrape off to show the curb. This was Exhibit 23. This is all they showed. Like, this is Exhibit 23. To show that there was, something over here. This is the changing. That's that picture that they use to change it out. Of the report, because it wasn't that. This is the view that Lally used as Exhibit 30. What the fuck is this? But you guys over there in that corner, that's the fire hydrant. Oh, you can't see anything. Oh, I can't wait to talk to Sean McDonough on this. We're going to talk about this piece of glass and how there's marks consistent with it being cut out. This is what they testified to Exhibit 31, as that's the cocktail glass and a little droplet of blood. And then this is what the leaf blower revealed. And that this is what they're saying was all blood versus it looks to me like it's snow. Looks like it's dirt. It looks like it's dirt. Here's a good stopping point of that. Look at all of those tracks to go back there. That doesn't stop. I think you could even see it, maybe see that? Those are all footprints back there. Who the fuck was over there? Who was over there? These guys? No. Look at that. He could take that flagpole and shove it so far, but he's basically straddling the flag. He's on top of the flagpole right next to him. Nothing happened over there. I stopped it right there to get a good view of that. Exhibit S, the one that I put the 742 on it, that was the first crime scene photographs taken by Sergeant Good at the Albert residence at 7:42 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Here's Exhibit 59. There you go. Take a look at that shit. You guys, this isn't the road over here. This isn't the road all the way up to like that. That's not the road. The road is all of this black, like where it's completely black and you see nothing. That's the road. Right there, that's the curb. And it runs just like this, all the way down like that. None of this is the road. This is Exhibit 63. Can you please point out the side door that you guys used? You can't see it, but it's right here. Oh, okay, thanks. What's that door? Oh, that's to our garage that we don't ever use. No cars are in there. Okay. And right here, this is your first picture. This is the 7:42 first crime scene photo and Alan Jackson's affidavit. So I went and figured it all out, put all the exhibits together. That was Exhibit S for identification purposes, became 24 in the trial. I'll zoom in. And this is that first 7:20 or 7:42 picture that was taken. The first one that was taken at 7:42. This is that picture. Now let me zoom in and show you. This is what they're claiming. Okay. And what he goes to show is because let me tell you what he says on the. He's saying that it's a lie. Let me tell you why he's calling it a lie. Okay, because he uses. This is Lally's picture that he tries to show the courts. All right. That's his version. This is Exhibit S. It's so bad quality. Okay. Let me read that section of the affidavit. One's right here. I'm going to zoom in. Attached here is Exhibit S as photographs taken from the morning of January 29, 2022, which depict the snowfall around the time O'Keefe's body was discovered by Ms. Reed. The first photograph is a screenshot from the video surveillance system at Town Library at 5:56 a.m. shortly before O'Keefe's body was discovered at 6:04. The second photograph is one of the first crime scene photographs taken by Sergeant Good at the Albert residence at 7:42 a.m. on January 29. Clearly, there was no heavy snow fallen when the women arrived at 34 Fairview that morning, as Jennifer McCabe falsely claimed to police. And so when you compare the cameras from the town, this is stuff that they were using to get stuff dismissed. It's just a poor quality of the photo. They're gonna get into that here probably soon when they're starting to show the library and shit like that. Point being is I think Alan Jackson is calling bullshit out on when pictures were taken because there's no dates, timestamp, nothing. during the police testimony when they were taking photographs, did anybody testify as to what time they took when they were pointing out, was when Lally was saying when you're going to walk through these photos, was there anybody that was testifying to, yep, that's the photo that I took, and I took that at such and such time. I took the next one at such and such time. I took the next one at such and such time. And the answer is, I watched every single minute of everybody's testimony, and I didn't hear a single person talk about the 18 crime scene photos that were turned over in discovery in terms of being at this scene, that anybody testified to the times of when this was occurring. In fact, what time did the leaf blower start? You guys know? I don't know. What time was the leaf blower? Okay, that to me, and that's what his affidavit was going to show, is that you want us to believe that this was taken, you know, such and such, at such and such time. That's, well, how? How do you want me to believe that? Normally, so someone's gonna have to testify here at some point to when these were actually taken, in terms of like the timestamps, because I'm telling you, nobody took pics of the body on the lawn. Don't you think that would be the first thing that you would do as a cop when you arrive there? Wouldn't that be something that you would do? Is you'd want to start like memorializing this, like Stephen Seraph, take out your cell phone and start taking pictures, or start recording your phone, or especially like you don't know what's going on, and therefore like you'd be trained to do that. Or your body cams, if you're wearing them, do that for you, and that's why you don't do it. But if you don't have body cams, that's why you would do that. John's body was not even found near the hydrant. They are lying. Well, I was basically proving that earlier when I'm saying to look at all of these photos and these videos and where they're trying to hone in on, and I think it's totally not anywhere near where anything was going on. So but I'm telling you guys, if you go back to the cars prove, in my opinion, that somebody got the fuck out of there. Somebody at some point got the F out of there, because you only have two vehicles that are there besides Matt McCabe and Jen McCabe. When they get there, you have two vehicles at a home that should at least have 3 to 4, as testimony was given on. And then they asked her to count out your vehicles, name them. And when the mother did that, and then when what's his name did it, Daddy Albert, she wanted to leave off the fact that there was a black Ford Edge. So you have 3 vehicles. Your son Brian Jr. has a car, you have a car, your husband has a car, and she's like, yeah, it's like 3 or 4. Is that because you don't know if you should include your husband's other vehicle, right? So where are these vehicles? And everybody out there seems to think that the vehicles are in that garage. Well, there was testimony by both of the homeowners that garage was not used to store vehicles. No vehicle was in it until it was used as storage. So there are no cars in that garage. So when let's go back to this photo, which is these idiots. What car did you put the coffee in? You're just gonna go put donuts and coffee into a car that's not Brian Albert Jr.'s? Isn't the whole purpose to I was just gonna leave it in his car? And then what did Brian Albert Jr. testify to? He testified that the donuts were in the house, right? Because she just then ended up not leaving them in the car. But what vehicle were you going to leave them in? There's nobody that's going to bring me a gift and my car is there and leave it in my mom or my dad's car. That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard. But I say fuck all that. Let's talk about your cars. Where are they at? Where are your cars? Here you go. Where are your cars at? Because that's John McCabe's car. Matt McCabe's car. That's what the police testified to as well. We got one car and we got two cars. We have a car missing. And it's because, which is problematic. Because Brian Jr. is supposed to be sleeping upstairs. Nicole's there and her husband's there. So who took one of their vehicles? Could they not have kept it there because it had blood in it? Could they not have kept the car because there was blood in it? I don't know. I'm just asking. I'm just telling you guys right now, there was two vehicles that were there and there's supposed to be three at least, based on the testimony. So I don't know why this hasn't come up. I think you're going to know what your car is. So get that fat ass back on the stand, Brian Sr., and say, hey, where's your car? Which one's your car? Because I have another angle here, right here. All right, 1, 2. That vehicle right there, that's just partial of the vehicle that pulled up from. Remember, this is the 742. 1, 2, allegedly, right? 1, 2. And now the question is I have it as if that's at 742, we have a huge problem because I'm proving something right here. Matt McCabe wasn't there yet until after 756, based on him calling, based on Jen McCabe's call logs. So is that in fact a car? 1, 2. Is there a car on this other side? And if so, at 742, Matt McCabe's car is not there. Whose car is that? That car isn't there. When Matt McCabe's car gets there at, where's it at? Right there. That's Matt McCabe's car. $742. 1, 2. There should be 3 cars there. And in this photo, when you get to the photo of Matt McCabe arriving, because Jen came with, Carrie, when Matt McCabe arrives, there should be 4 cars total. I swear I just saw 3 cars in the photo. Yeah, it looks like there's 3 cars in the photo. Here's off of the dash cam. Off of this car is Matt McCabe's, and it doesn't get there until later. And they testify to that. It's like Matt McCabe was arriving. Okay, so that one's Matt McCabe's. So there's 2 cars. There was at least 3 vehicles there that everyone that had slept there. Brian Albert Jr., Brian Albert Sr., and Nicole Albert. Where's their vehicles? There's a vehicle missing. And there was a vehicle, so that means it was missing from the time of. And now, from the testimony that we heard today, both of those girls testified that one car was in front of this and one car was in front of that. Because Jen McCabe's vehicle was parked on actually this side, okay? And that's what they got in the car over there. And so if that's the case, if there was a vehicle here, and that was Matt and Jen McCabe were right there, when they pulled out, how did then the cars end up like this in the morning? How are the cars like that on the body cam or the dash cam? Everybody went to bed, right? who moved the cars around so they would be like this, but better yet, you should have 3 vehicles there. Where are they? There's one that's missing. And so did you take that car, Chloe, and because that's the car that you moved? This picture says it all. They don't use, the garage is not used for any vehicles that was testified to by Brian and Nicole Albert, the homeowners. Yeah, no. That was heavily testified to. So, anyways, just letting you guys know that I think you guys heard that little cheap shot that Yannetti got in there, or was it Yannetti? Yeah. Caitlin, you didn't take the dog with you that night, did you? You didn't take the dog with you that night when you left, because I don't believe Caitlin Albert for a second had Tristan Morris come and pick her up. Caitlin Albert left in her vehicle because Caitlin Albert went to her parents' house before she went out to the Waterfall bar that night, and her vehicle was there, in my personal opinion. Because Tristan said in his testimony today that he met up with them at the Waterfall bar and that Caitlin was already there. Okay, so that means that, well, Caitlin's mom Caitlin's mom had to say, no, it was just me that got picked up. Why? Because it goes back to the car. Julie only picked up me. Because if she says that she picked up me and my daughter, then my daughter's vehicle is already there. So then how would Tristan ever get Caitlin's vehicle? I just blew all your fucking shit up. Poof. Can't wait. But you have to be able to explain this to the jury. And Caitlin was already there with her vehicle, right? Her vehicle was there. So when she left that night, or did she truly sleep over? Whatever, at some point did she leave? We're still missing Brian Albert Jr.'s car, or Brian Albert Sr.'s, or Nicole, because there should be 3 vehicles there because of all the testimony. Brian Jr. slept there, his parents slept there, and those 3 people all have vehicles. And so there should be 3 vehicles in the driveway, and they don't use the garage. So where's that 3rd vehicle? So you do awesome work at Truth and Transparency. I only bring up contrary issues to keep you on your toes. Oh, what's contrary? I think I just answered it all. There's an issue here. We have an issue. I hope they all get charged in federal investigation. Yeah. Lana, the last witness testified she saw Karen Reed. What? Karen Reed from inside the house move the car. No, she just said a black SUV. She didn't say Karen Reed. There's a really big difference there. The last witness testified that she saw a black SUV, okay, pull up, then pull up again, and then pull up again, and then maybe pulled up. So she saw it move 3 times. Didn't say it was John O'Keefe, didn't say it was Karen Reed. She specifically says a black SUV. Now, the interesting part of her testimony that's going to go high in the sky and just woo, like 4th of July blow up, is her brother is going to be on the stand here tomorrow. And she testified that when she went out to see her brother at his vehicle, that black SUV was not there. Au contraire, her brother is going to be testifying that black SUV was 100% there. So, smithereens. Bye-bye. So she can infer that it's whoever. The inference is about to be blown to shreds. And now the question is why did she change this testimony? Why did she change, why did she want to add this to it, that she saw the moving up and moving up, And I think that the only reason she's saying that is because of what Jen McCabe is going to say. That's why. I think that that version of it is because of Jen McCabe, which we haven't heard from yet. So her own brother is going to fuck up her own testimony. So, all right, guys, until tomorrow morning, keep it rocking. Oh, and she was totally coached. That last girl, she was looking over every time, okay? Before she was answering, like, are you going to object? Are you going to object? All right. And somebody at some point whispered into a microphone and said, like, are you going to object? Are you going to object? And so I'm going to get off of this and I'm going to go listen to those voices. All right, guys, take care until next time. Hit the thumbs up on your way out. Make yourself known.